Chapter 900. Wenwen unsheathed the black cleaver. The inner force of the painting scroll gushed out from the 7 stars transformation in her elixir field, filling her body like a rainbow. A terrifying strength chi surged out from her body. With her as the center, the chi carried the mud and broken leaves on the top of the mountain and turned into a spiral, quickly spreading out in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped a radius of several dozen feet. In this spiral, the black gas that gushed out from the black cleaver mixed with the yellow sand, tearing apart every inch of the air. Taoist Song Song and Panda, who were standing not far behind Wenwen, quickly waved their hands when they saw the situation. Retreat! Wenwen's first move was already so powerful. Everyone was worried that if they continued to stand there, they would be scratched by her indiscriminate force. Touch would mean injury, touch would mean death. Even Taoist Song Song, who had been at the pinnacle of skin force for many years and had a lot of experience, did not dare to touch the tiger's whiskers. The difference in their realm was too great. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. But the group did not only retreat, they also observed the situation as they retreated. Before they came here, they discussed until their heads were dizzy. No one knew how Chen Guang would become a hostage. The worst outcome would be to not see him when they arrived at the scene. Right now, Chen Guang was tied to the metal bed, and there wasn't a better situation for him to be in. As long as they could save him, sect leader Wen would no longer be hindered. Then, they could defeat Ouyang Tianxing, who overestimated himself, and all the problems would be solved. When the secretive Mr. Ng finally introduced himself and admitted that he was Ouyang Tianxing, Xian Qin, Wu Miaowan, and Taoist Song Song were not too surprised. First, since things had come to this, there was no difference whether they were surprised or not. Second, the Special Affairs Bureau seemed to be assisting the Wuxia higher-ups in communicating with the martial artists. But the Special Affairs Bureau was actually crooked from the start. Moreover, when the Special Affairs Bureau was destroyed, Ouyang Tianxing fought his way out alone. He did not die. As one of the more upright ones among the 8 great sects, Taoist Vasp Kalo had crossed paths with Ouyang Tianxing a few times in the past, and boasted that he had a good understanding of this person's background. Taoist Vasp Kalo protected Xian Qin and Wu Miaowan as they retreated. He looked at Ouyang Tianxing, who was unmoving like a mountain, and said joyfully, "This Ouyang Tianxing is really overestimating himself. I really don't know where he gets his courage to fight sect leader when head-on." Panda the Fist Tyrant had the same opinion. This guy has been cautious his whole life, but now he's acting heroically for once. I wonder how many moves he can take. Right now, sect leader Wen's aura is at its peak, but Ouyang Tianxing has yet to accumulate his strength. He's going to die. That's right. I just don't know what else he has up his sleeve. Not to mention the martial artists from the Guangding headquarters. Even the evil martial artists from the Shadow Alliance felt their hearts skip a beat. Although he knew that it was rare for Mr. Ng to be so bold, maybe he wanted to prove something. But which one was about to use her ultimate move? Wasn't he being too careless? Ignorant? Arrogant? Die. Half of Wenwen's attention was on Chen Guang, and the other half on Ouyang Tianxing. Seeing that he was looking down on her, she thought to herself and spat. She then exerted strength in her legs, and with the tornado around her, she transformed into a black and yellow dragon and pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, the tornado that Wenwen had transformed into brought along a trail of dust and gravel, and appeared in front of Ouyang Tianxing. With a crisp clang, the tornado suddenly dispersed, leaving behind a long saber that was as black as ink. It left a flowing light in the air as it slashed at Ouyang Tianxing. This saber, it was extremely domineering. It was as fast as lightning. On this morning when the sun had just risen, in the eyes of the spectators, it was as if the light of the rising sun had been stolen. In this world, it was as if there was only this stunning saber left. Everyone who was watching felt as if time had slowed down at this moment. Everyone could clearly see the tornado that had suddenly dispersed, and Wenwen, who was dressed in white, slashed down from the sky with the black saber in her hand. This seemingly simple strike contained some sort of profound martial arts. The killing intent was overflowing to the extreme, But it also gave birth to a feeling of compassion for the state of the universe. Just like what was written in Wen Tianxiang's Song of Righteousness, which Wenwen used to enter the path. There was righteousness in heaven and earth. The buzzing sound grew louder, probably caused by the friction when the saber sliced through the air. Two visible air currents were split into two. In the blink of an eye, the black saber turned into a flowing light, and was about to slash Ouyang Tianqing's head. Bam! Ouyang Tianqing finally moved. He raised his left hand, and pinched his thumb and middle finger. There was a flash of green light on his fingertip, and an invisible force was born from his fingertip. It ignored the long saber that was slashing down, and the force went straight for Wenwen's chest. At the same time, he raised his right hand into the shape of a claw. There seemed to be black scales on his fingers and the back of his hand, but they were actually formed by the force. His right claw did not dodge, and it went straight for the black saber. There was a loud clang. Ouyang Tianqing's right claw and the black saber collided, but the saber did not cut off his hand as easily as many people had imagined. Wenwen held the saber with one hand, and her left hand was in the shape of a claw in front of her chest. Smoke came out of her palm, and she slowly flew backwards. This was the first time they had fought, but Wenwen did not gain any advantage. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. There were people who recognized the martial arts that Ouyang Tianqing was using, and they shouted it out. Oh my god, that's the Chu family's thunder-flicking finger. And the Xing family's Yama claw of condemnation. How is that possible? Among the other 10 experts who came with Xianqin, and the others, a white-haired old man, who was especially old, called out the name. Panda exclaimed, "How is that possible? The Xing clan and Chu clan's external techniques require their own unique internal techniques to be used. Could it be?" That elder inhaled a cold breath. That's right. Ouyang Tianqing also knows the Chu clan's 6 god rules, and the Xing clan's hell rules. No wonder the two aristocratic clans have not appeared in recent years. No wonder the pugilistic world is in such a mess, and no one can find any traces of them. The two aristocratic clans are probably dead, Taoist Song Song said. But even though Ouyang Tianqing has the absolute techniques of the two clans, his realm doesn't seem to be as good as Sect Master Wen's. Why are the two of them evenly matched? The elder sighed. I don't know either. Even Wenwen was at a loss, much less the people outside. She had used all her strength in her saber, but it was blocked with a single hand. How is it? Do you still think I don't have the qualifications to fight with you? Ouyang Tianqing's voice was filled with indescribable carefreeness. Demon Sovereign Jiao, Evil Monarch Yu, Long Dingtian, Ghost Shadow, and the others who had just sneaked out were now standing behind Chen Guang and shouting in unison. Especially the people from the Poison Clan and Dark Clan. They were exceptionally excited. For the past few months, the pugilistic world's experts, who were considered heroes, had become street rats and lived in constant fear. Once the experts from their sects were caught by Wenwen, they would flee in panic, but they couldn't escape and were slaughtered by her like chickens and dogs. On the other hand, more and more people from the pugilistic world joined the orthodox Guangding headquarters, which made it even more difficult for them. If it wasn't for Mr. Ying's resourcefulness and his special methods to control everyone, these people might not have lasted until now, and would have betrayed them long ago. Now they could finally hold their heads up high. Mr. Ying is mighty. Mr. Ying is invincible. On the other side, Ouyang Tianqing's attack was successful. The others were either happy or worried. Only Chen Guang sensed that when the two of them fought, an elemental power, that was exactly the same as the world-shattering holy tribe, came from Ouyang Tianqing's side. Although this ripple wasn't strong, and was far inferior to the world-shattering holy tribe's warriors, in today's battle, coupled with Ouyang Tianqing's original inner strength martial arts, it had a miraculous effect. He actually succeeded in showing off. My cup, come quickly, Chen Guang muttered in his heart. On the other side, Wenwen and Ouyang Tianqing fought again after a short standoff. The two of them fought higher and higher, and the air was filled with energy. Both of them were actually evenly matched. These two people can actually walk in the air. It's fine if Sect Master Wen can do it. After all, She is a rare genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. But this Ouyang Tianxing, how is it possible? Haha. Not only is Mr. Ing the most intelligent person in the world, his martial arts cultivation is also on par with Wen family's demoness. This is our Shadow Alliance's blessing. The evil faction martial artists in Shadow Alliance were in high spirits. The people from the headquarters were even more depressed and worried. In the meantime, the headquarters martial artists led by Taoist Song Song tried to sneak in Chen Guang's direction several times. However, they were all blocked by the people lying in ambush. Chen Guang looked up at the two people fighting in the air. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He urged Azure in his heart. Hurry up, Lady Azure. Shut up. Although the two people in the air seemed to be evenly matched, as long as he was a hostage, Ouyang Tianxing was in an undefeatable position. Moreover, although this guy was the self-proclaimed world-shattering Holy Lord, since he had mastered the ability to transform into yellow sand, one couldn't kill him. In this world, this guy only had one natural enemy, and that was the person who completely suppressed him in terms of cultivation level. That person's cultivation level had regressed, and that person was me, the earth-paced exploder. Chen Guang still remembered the formation called Endless Reincarnation Wheel that the three elders of the world-shattering Holy Tribe had created. If he was not wrong, since Ouyang Tianxing chose to fight here, he couldn't have just prepared a sniper machine gun to act cute. Especially this mountain top. It was filled with extremely dense elemental power. Using his consciousness, it was very similar to the Endless Reincarnation Wheel. This also meant that it was very likely that Ouyang Tianxing possessed an inexhaustible amount of power in this region. Just as he was thinking about this, the two people who were fighting in the air suddenly stopped moving. In the next instant, the two of them fell from a height of 10 meters. Ouyang Tianxing was lying on the ground, but his body blocked Wen, so Chen Guang couldn't see Wen's movements from below. However, the long blade pierced through Ouyang Tianxing's back. He was lying on the ground, but his limbs were spread out, and he didn't move at all. The previously excited Shadow Alliance evil faction warriors were all speechless. Instead it was Taoist Vasp Kalo, and the rest who were ecstatic. While these people were in a daze, Xianchin and Wu Miaowan, who had been paying attention to Chen Guang, looked at each other and made up their minds. Here's our chance. Xianchin's thin figure suddenly disappeared into the crowd. She turned into a flash of light and went straight for Chen Guang's metal bed. Only Chen Guang suddenly had a bad feeling. He shouted, Wen, be careful. The others didn't know, but Chen Guang knew. Ouyang Tianxing was playing a trick. There was no blood coming out from the place where the blade pierced through his back. Haha, it's too late. Ouyang Tianxing, who was pretending to be a corpse in the sky, suddenly laughed. In the next instant, Chen Guang's pupils contracted. This guy's elemental power was completely activated. Ouyang Tianxing finally used his ultimate move. The others only saw Ouyang Tianxing's right fist suddenly grow bigger, and then fly above him like a cannonball. Creaking sounds came from the place where the blade pierced through. It was obvious that Wen wanted to retract her blade, but he had turned his body into rock and stopped her. When Wen realized something was wrong, Ouyang Tianxing's rock fist had already landed on her shoulder that was holding the blade. Although she had internal energy to protect her body, she was still sent flying by the terrifying force. The black blade fell out of her hand. The two landed separately. Ouyang Tianxing stood in front of Chen Guang with his hands behind his back. How was it? Did you like the taste of this punch? In the distance, Wen clutched her shoulder and stared at them. She didn't understand what was going on. She had almost reached the limit of a martial artist, and she had even surpassed the strongest master of the Wen family, recorded in the family's ancient books. How could she lose? But Ouyang Tianxing's situation was too strange. For the first time, she realized that she might not be his opponent. Clown, get lost. Xianchin had already rushed in front of Chen Guang. Ouyang Tianxing had his hands behind his back and didn't even look in her direction. He raised his left hand without turning his head. Qi burst out from his fingertips. It was the Chu family's finger snapping thunder. The moment the qi appeared, it shot towards Xianchin's head like a bullet. While it didn't look powerful, everyone knew that with the power that Ouyang Tianqing displayed, Xianqin, who was merely at the peak of bone strength, would die instantly. Bam! The finger-snapping thunder didn't hit Xianqin's body. It was blocked by a hand that suddenly reached out. Although this hand was also blown into pieces, and only half of the wrist bone was left, it was still blocked in the end. Xianqin was stunned. Wu Miaowan and Taoist Song Song were stunned as well. Wenwen, who was trying her best to regulate her inner qi and control her injuries, was stunned as well. Long Dingtian was the first to shout. Didn't I shatter all your bones? How can you move? The person who blocked the finger-snapping thunder was Chen Guang, who broke free from the hemp rope and forcefully used his right palm to block in front of Xianqin's head. Ouyang Tianqing turned around and wasn't overly surprised. In his previous life, he was the elemental controller, Right Chen, who single-handedly destroyed the world-shattering Saint clan. Ouyang Tianqing turned around and wasn't overly surprised. In his previous life, he was the elemental controller, Right Chen, who single-handedly destroyed the world-shattering Saint clan. But it was useless. His broken wrist had started to bleed. The finger-snapping thunder contained the six gods' law inner force that was wreaking havoc in his body. His aura was rapidly weakening. He didn't have much longer to live. And this was worse than committing suicide by cutting his wrist. Chen Guang's blood sprayed out and dripped onto Xianqin's face. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, she suddenly wailed, "Chen Guang! Chief Chen!" Taoist Song Song saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately formed a formation to protect Wu Miaowan. Wu Miaowan had a medical kit with her, and she could still be saved in time. Wenwen, who was already severely injured, couldn't be bothered about her injuries as she activated her inner qi again and charged forward. Don't even think about succeeding. Demon Sovereign Jiao and the others didn't wait for Ouyang Tianqing's order and took the initiative to face Taoist Song Song and the others. The other martial artists that were hiding in the mountain started to open fire, and bullets rained down on everyone. Ouyang Tianqing laughed maniacally. "Forget it. I originally wanted to let you live a little longer. But since you are seeking death, I won't stop you. As for the others, all of you shall die." Ouyang Tianqing raised his hand again, and a thunderous sound rose from his abdomen. The Chu clan's 6 god laws and Xing clan's Hell Palace rules were activated at the same time. 2 waves of inner qi flew out from his palms like dragons, one towards Wenwen, and the other towards Taoist Song Song and the others. When the rumbling stopped, Wenwen flew back a few steps from the impact, and Taoist Song Song and the others were in an even more tragic state. They all vomited blood as they flew back, and along the way, they were hit by the sneak attacks. The fist tyrant Panda had a palm-sized wound on his chest. Wu Miaowan, who was protecting him from behind, coughed up blood from the impact of the blow. The others were all sprawled all over the ground. Even the most experienced and knowledgeable old man spat out blood and fell to the ground dead. On the other hand, Xianqin was already standing beside Chen Guang. She pulled down her sleeves and tried to bind Chen Guang's wrist to stop the bleeding, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. But Chen Guang did not move. He raised his left hand expressionlessly and caught the heavenly holy grail that was flying towards him from behind. With a flick of his left index finger, he opened the lid of the grail. With the holy grail in hand, the world is mine. Ha ha. What's a little bit of blood? At a time like this, let me drink some water to calm my nerves. He raised the grail with his left hand and drank as if he was toasting the moon. But what entered his mouth was not water but mud. Damn it! Lord Luli, what the hell are you doing? Chen Guang felt extremely awkward. His image was completely ruined. You still have the cheek to say that? Someone snatched the grail and threw it into the trash. When I rushed out of the trash with the grail, I thought that the immortal heaven's world of cups should at least have some space, and not an empty grail. That's why I was considerate enough to fill it with mud for you. Who asked you to not forget to act cool at a time like this? Luli's ridicule was tit for tat. Oh, alright, thank you for your consideration. On the other side, Ouyang Tianqing laughed out loud. Right, Chen, are you crazy? An earth great magician can recover his strength by eating soil? Chen Guang smiled. In Ouyang Tianqing's eyes, his expression was rather strange. That's right. When people are down and out, they should eat more soil. That way, they can really make a comeback. Wait a second, I'll teach you a lesson. Come to me. Ascend to the heavens. Chapter 901. Ha 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 ha. Chen Guang laughed maniacally. He was about to enter the world in the cup, although he did not know what the world in the cup was like this time, and did not know how long he would stay in there. But the things in the outside world would definitely not pass by much, and others would not be able to sense any changes. So, I have to create an illusion that my aura suddenly increased while I laughed maniacally, and my strength increased rapidly. That's right, although I was really a pig that could not eat a tiger, I cannot be afraid. I have to give people the illusion that I was hiding my strength. I have to let them understand that they have offended a terrifying person. I have to let them tremble in fear of my black-bellied nature. I have to let them know that I was actually using the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse to look at everything. Although the truth was not like that, on the surface, I definitely could not lose in terms of aura. His laughter became more and more smug, more and more arrogant, more and more domineering, and more confident. Although his current actions were a little intentional, it did not matter. He was the best actor in history, a living fossil among the veteran actors. Not only did he look like he acted in front of the camera, he could also achieve whatever effect he wanted normally. He would definitely get into character instantly, without a script, resolutely put an end to awkwardness, and give the most perfect performance to the audience. At this moment, everyone present could feel his astonishing and inexplicable confidence. Confusion, sympathy, and other extremely complicated emotions were born in everyone's hearts, and they quickly evolved in this order. Slowly, everyone felt that something was wrong. What was wrong with this bro? Did he lose so much blood that he went crazy? Did he think he was going to die, so he went crazy? Honestly, brother, your exploded hand is still bleeding, and you are so happy. Aren't you going to die? Tragic, too tragic. This is the hysteria before death. Even Ouyang Tianqing, the instigator of all this, felt a sense of desolation. Sigh. Chen Guang was able to come this far. Although he was a little lucky, luck was also a part of his strength. After all, he had once forced me, Ouyang Tianqing, into a corner. He was also once a hero who commanded an area of the Dolua world. Falling to this day is really a hero past his prime. It makes people sigh with emotion. Chen Guang gripped the Holy Grail so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He had been laughing for a full 10 seconds, but there was still no movement. He did not know why, but he was a little panicked. Lady Crystal, pull me in. This is so awkward. Ha! We will wait until you are done laughing. Don't. Lord Lioli, don't mess with me. You scolded me just now. Who? Who is so daring? He even dares to scold a dignified divine emperor. Lord Luli, tell me, I'll go beat him to death. What do you think? Who were you talking about just now? What the hell are you talking about? I was wrong, I was really wrong. My dearest and greatest Lady Crystal, please give me another chance. Unknowingly, he had been laughing for a full 20 seconds. He was almost out of breath. But at this time he couldn't breathe. As the saying goes, one spurts of energy, the second spurts of energy, the third spurts of energy, and the second spurts of energy. Acting cool had to be done in one breath. Once he breathed, his momentum would be weakened, and he would be embarrassed. All right. Seeing that your apology is commendable, this empress will forgive you as always. Come in. The scene in front of him flowed like water. The next moment Chen Guang, who was laughing so hard that he was out of breath, suddenly appeared in Cloud City. Ha! Cough. I say, why do you have to do this? Lioli's voice came from about a meter or two in front of Chen Guang. But when he looked up, he felt that it was empty. Where is he? Stop asking, or I will beat you. Chen Guang, why? Dear Mingguo said from a distance outside the wall. Chen Guang, don't take it for granted. In order to help you build the middle realm of the Green Sky Cup, Sister Lioli consumed a lot of divine power. Not to mention the lustrous feather raiment. She can't even maintain her body. That's right. Now my body has almost become transparent. Do you know how good I am to you? Liuli snorted. Chen Guang narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. As expected, it was not completely empty in front of him, but he could vaguely see extremely blurry traces like flowing water, which made the light coming from a distance seem to be refracted through the flowing water. Terrible, this time it was really terrible. He had waited for so long until she couldn't even gather the clouds to cover her embarrassment. But in the end, she was completely transparent. This feeling was as painful as waiting for a female star to be naked. But in the end, she was really naked. It was also as sad as going to an infantry film. But in the end, she was the Calabash brothers. Liuli was shocked. It's hopeless. This guy's wretchedness was deeply engraved in his bones. Even if his hand outside had exploded and blood was spurting out like a fountain, after coming in, the thoughts in his mind were still crooked. Hit. Liuli, who had turned transparent, kicked Chen Guang's chin from the bottom up. As the saying goes, dying under a peony flower is still romantic even as a ghost. Just like that, old Master Guang was kicked into the air with infinite regret. The space-time tunnel in the air disappeared in a flash, swallowing Chen Guang, who was flying in the air. Falling into the tunnel, Chen Guang also stopped teasing Su Tao and raised his guard. With his first experience in the hidden sea, Chen Guang knew that the immortal heaven was definitely not inferior to the hidden sea at the same level. It was very likely that he would be chased the moment he entered, just like the previous time. So he had to be fully focused. No matter who it was, no matter what was waiting for me, the old man was no longer an ignorant person. Although he wasn't a top-notch expert, the old man was now a bone force martial artist, and had a perfect body. He also had the super strong regenerative ability of the earth paste exploder. If he was really unhappy, he would condense a mud ball on his finger and burst his forehead. Ouyang Tianxing's move just now seemed to be called something like finger flick. It's a bit similar to the divine flicking finger written in Wuxia novels. This move is very suitable for me. Together with this old man's ultimate dart technique, I'll let you have a taste of the Chen clan's divine flicking finger, with a snap of my right finger. Ah, my hand. Chen Guang lowered his head to look at his wrist, that only had a fire stick left. His right forearm was completely devoid of a palm. He was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, the wound on his broken forearm had completely healed. It looked like a standard disabled person. If he were to lie down on the street, he could earn 10,000 a month just from selling bowls. What happened to the earth paste exploder's invincible healing? Why did it heal me like this? I can't really be a Venus with a broken arm for the rest of my life, right? Oh, no. Azure's voice sounded. Who told you to come in with a broken arm? The Holy Grail reconstructed your spiritual body, according to your condition. It's already good enough that you didn't continue to bleed. Alright, stop howling. When you come out from this world in the cup, the Holy Grail will reconstruct your entire physical body, in order to allow your external body to quickly reach its training target. This arm will grow back. This sounds like I'm repairing relics in the Forbidden City. Then what do you want? Forget it, it's fine. Wait. Does this mean that my arm will be broken the entire time I'm in the world in the cup? Aha! Forget it. Thinking about it, Yanghua only became stronger after losing his arm. One arm will allow me to be more focused. With my hand's speed of being single for 20 years, my left arm will be ridiculously strong. Yanghua's arm was broken at the base. Do you need me to thoughtfully stab him? Forget it. Right, the last time I was in the Sea of Time, I had to live in there for half a year. This time, I'll give you 4 words. Hello, Duofu. Goodbye, Duofu. Before Chen Guang could finish his sentence, he reached the end of the space-time tunnel. When he opened his eyes, he saw a blue sky and blue clouds. It was a beautiful sight. The bright sun was slowly floating in the sky. At this moment, he was lying down. That was great. It wasn't like the last time where he had to kneel and wait to be beheaded. He was lying down. How blissful. He stretched and then got up to announce to the world that the old man was here. At the same time, the Heavenly Holy Grail's electronic notification sounded in his ears. Mission location, True Martial Land. Mission objective. become the true martial sage before dying 100 times. Chen Guang nodded silently, although he didn't know what kind of person the true martial sage was. Nor did he know how to become a martial sage. It didn't matter. He could slowly figure it out later. It was still the familiar 100 revival chances. Although it was a little stingy, with his talent and wit, it shouldn't be a problem. Just as he was thinking about this, a black light suddenly flashed across the sky before him. The next moment, he saw his own headless corpse again. Strange, why did I say again? That's right, his head flew off again. F***ck. The eighth heaven of the immortal god heaven was toxic. Did it have to be like this? Why was his posture and situation so awkward every time he appeared? The last time, he was pressed to the ground and beheaded. This time it was even worse. He was actually lying flat on a dog's head guillotine. The flying head was still looking around in midair. Chen Guang finally saw the situation clearly. This was a standard scene from a television drama. It was a busy street in an ancient city. Below it, there were countless people dressed in coarse hemp clothes acting as extras. Among them, there were several people with different expressions and dressed in standard swordsman's robes. The strong chopstick wielder, whose face was covered in blood, was looking back at the high platform. He bowed and reported something to the smug and relieved officials. Reporting to my lord. The notorious rapist Chen Guang is dead. The remaining evildoers of the Valley of the Vile have all been killed. Chen Guang was so angry that he laughed. Ha 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 ha. F***ck. Isn't the setting of my entrance a little too crazy? I'm such an upright person. Why was it a hapless rapist? And what the hell are the remnants of the Valley of the Vile? What he meant was that he was in a worse situation than the last time. Not only was he alone, but he was also notorious. From the looks of it, he was a wanted criminal by the authorities of the Jinwu land. What was the old man to do? At least give me some memory of raping. At least let me know which family's daughter I raped, whether she was pretty or not, and whether she was worth it. I should at least have some happy memories, right? What a loss. Also, this deceiving official must be an unscrupulous sadist. When you use a dog's head guillotine to behead someone, do you make the criminal face up? Don't they always show people lying on the ground? Then I will definitely be more vigilant. I won't lose my life. I can't accept this. I was plotted against. Chapter 902. The Heavenly Holy Grail's notification came. Congratulations, Redeemer, on your first death. Please prepare for resurrection. Chen Guang said. Congratulations, my ass. Are you a monkey sent by a clown? Why don't you celebrate with me? The Heavenly Holy Grail naturally ignored his ridicule. The familiar time reversal was like pressing the rewind button when playing a video. Whoosh! The scene changed, and Chen Guang resurrected for the first time. He lay under the dog-headed guillotine again. Chen Guang turned his head and saw the strong executioner with one hand on the huge blade of the dog-headed guillotine. This guy made his move. Chen Guang began to struggle, shouting, "Spare my life." According to the plots of Wuxia dramas, the mantra "spare my life" was equivalent to a death exemption card. But it was useless. The executioner didn't even blink. With a flip of his palm, the big guillotine flipped over and slashed at Chen Guang's neck. Before Chen Guang could break free from the shackles on his neck, the guillotine came down. The dramas in the TV series were all lies. Chen Guang cursed in his heart as he raised his left hand to grab the guillotine. His right hand, which had turned into a fire stick, stabbed at the wooden shackles on his neck. Crack! The 5 fingers of his left hand suddenly exerted force with the vital energy of the dancing scroll, and tightly gripped the extremely heavy guillotine. The fire stick was quite useful in his right hand, and it stabbed at the wooden shackles. With a crisp sound, the wooden shackles snapped. His left hand pushed upwards with force, and the guillotine bounced off. Chen Guang then did a carp flip and stood up straight on the execution platform. For a moment, the execution platform was in chaos. The pot-bellied official wearing a black veil shrank his neck and hid behind the crowd as he shouted, "All of you attack! Chop this vicious villain to death." The executioner, who had failed to carry out the execution, pulled out a large, thick-backed machete and slashed at Chen Guang's head. The surrounding soldiers holding spears, sticks, knives, and swords all rushed forward while shouting. Instead of panicking, the people in the bustling city below were indescribably excited. They clenched their fists, blushed, and opened their mouths. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. They were the standard bystanders. As a newcomer, Chen Guang didn't know how strong the people of the land of true martial arts were. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. He turned around, raised his hand, and unleashed his full strength. He grabbed the knife with his left hand and used his right hand as a stick to stab the executioner's stomach with all his strength. With a loud bang, the man let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying several hundred feet away. Then he fell straight into the crowd of onlookers below. Chen Guang was momentarily stunned as he looked down at his right hand. Were the people in this world particularly weak, or did he become stronger after coming here? When he grabbed the guillotine just now, he felt that the increase in strength when he activated his inner force was higher than in the real world. But the time was too short to be sure. Now that he had punched someone else, even if he had used all his strength, it was still a bit exaggerated to send such a strong man flying more than 100 feet away. Circulating the same inner strength, the power released was several times stronger than in the real world. Although he didn't know the principle behind it, he was sure that there was something in the land of Jinwu that could strengthen a martial artist's practice and circulation of inner strength. Perhaps it was air? Forget it, don't worry about the details. Even though the man had sent him flying so far away, he didn't explode in the air like a piece of tofu. It was clear that the physiques of the natives of the true martial land weren't easy to deal with. He had become stronger. These aborigines of the true martial arts continent, even if they were only paid executioners, should be much stronger than ordinary earthlings. The situation was too unclear. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best. Chen Guang brandished the thick-backed machete with his left hand, spinning it above his head like a flower. He dashed around the execution platform and broke free from several people. Finally, he rushed to the side of the execution platform and shouted, "Get out of my way!" Then he jumped down, brandishing his machete. The onlookers seemed to be very experienced. They all dodged to the side in unison. After landing heavily on the ground, Chen Guang broke through the crowd and continued to rush forward. "How dare you, a rapist? You're about to die, yet you still dare to rob the execution ground?" Among the crowd, a man who looked like a swordsman drew his sword with a clang and charged forward, shouting, "Rob your face! The old man is trying to save himself. I'll pluck your face." Seeing that he was dressed in a swordsman's outfit and wore a crown, he looked like a young Jianghu swordsman. Chen Guang thought that he might be a master since he used all his strength to swing his machete. When the sword and the machete collided, the swordsman's hand went numb. He lost all his strength in an instant. His fingers loosened, and the long sword flew out, piercing into the door beam of a brothel 10 feet away. The swordsman held his hand and retreated a few steps. Blood dripped from his palm, and his face was pale. "How is this possible? When I caught you yesterday, you were just a muggle. How can you have inner strength now?" Chen Guang was even dumber than him. Muggle? What kind of joke was this? Why did it sound a little familiar? Besides, wasn't this Jinwu University? It would be strange if he didn't have inner strength. If you don't have it, don't do it. "Whoever dares to stop me again, I will not show mercy. Those who stand in my way will die." Chen Guang was very puzzled, but he shouted again and again. The thick machete circled around his body, knocking away countless weapons of the soldiers behind him. He didn't know any machete skills, so he waved the machete with brute force. But when he exerted all his strength, it was like when he punched out before. The mist in front of the machete was dense, and he actually slashed out knife chi. After all, he didn't control his strength well. Several of the most arrogant soldiers who rushed to the front to take his life were cut in the waist by the knife chi. With blood spurting from their stomachs, they took a few steps back and fell to the ground dead. Inner strength. Oh my God! This rapist has mastered inner strength. He is no longer a muggle. Another martial disciple has been born, and he is also a rapist. It's really a great misfortune for our thunder-mad magic city. Whether it was the state officials who were hiding in the distance, the soldiers who were continuing to rush forward but were shocked and did not dare to go further, or the onlookers who were flying back to the distance, they were all in an uproar. Chen Guang was more confused than them. You are the aborigines of Jinwu land. Do you have to be so surprised to see inner strength? You guys are making me very disheartened, okay? He also realized that it was strange. From the time he broke free from the execution platform to the present, he had fought against no less than 20 people. But none of them had inner strength. Damn! Could it be that the cup world that Luli prepared for me has become a shrunken and incomplete version? Has the core function been reduced? People in this world don't have inner strength? Then why should I practice it? With such thoughts in mind, Chen Guang rushed to the gate of Thunder Mad Magic City, which was named particularly domineering, and left. Chen Guang, the last survivor of the Vile Valley, who was supposed to be executed in the downtown area, suddenly possessed internal energy. News of this spread throughout the city at a speed faster than Chen Guang's escape. He rushed all the way, but no one dared to stop him. After leaving the city, Chen Guang randomly chose a direction and ran away until he went deep into the jungle where there was no one. He stopped to take a breath and communicate with Luli in his heart. Miss Luli, give me an answer. I have something important to ask. What do you want to ask? When you settle down, the truth of this Jinwu land will appear in front of you. Why don't you believe in my ability? Are you afraid that I have cheated you? Chen Guang thought. You have cheated me many times. However, since she was unwilling to say, Chen Guang did not dare to ask more. This lord was quite narrow-minded and could not be offended. No, absolutely not. Miss Luli, you have worked hard. I am very satisfied with the Jinwu land. Okay, if there is nothing else, I will take a nap and rest first. I am too tired. Wait a minute, why was I a rapist at the beginning? I will only ask this question. Chen Guang was very unhappy about this. I am such a decent person, but I did not do anything and was made into a rapist at the beginning. It was simply heartless. You can't blame yourself. Why? Before the so-called world in the cup is truly born, there is a general outline. For example, you will know the level of the world in the cup, and what kind of ability you will be training. However, the immortal God Heavenly Cup's world of true martial, which has a complete worldview, is actually formed the moment you enter the world in the cup based on your state at that time. Before you entered the world in the cup, you had evil thoughts in your heart, and your thoughts were impure. It was natural for you to be a rapist at the beginning. Who told you not to be awe-inspiring at that time? Otherwise, you would have been a disciple of a famous sect, right? Now you are a survivor of the Valley of the Vile. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed for you. Okay. He dug his own grave, so he could not blame Luli. Looking left and right, there was no one else. Chen Guang silently covered his face. Fortunately, no one else knew about this. This was a stain on his life. After wandering alone in the forest for a long time, he felt a little hungry. He also felt that this was not the way to go. So he simply sneaked in the direction of the Thunderclap Wild Demon City. He was quite distressed. If there was no one else with inner strength besides him, how could he become a martial sage? Also, what kind of level could one be called a martial sage? Just like what he did before, when he displayed it in front of so many people. Could it be considered as bravery? With the old man's physical body and inner strength that others did not have, in the era of cold weapons, would he not be a proper invincible martial sage? While he was thinking about it in a daze, the heavenly Holy Grail's late reminder finally came. This time, however, it was not an electronic voice, but a force-feeding technique. The Holy Grail forcefully stuffed the entire worldview of the middle world into his brain, just like a computer downloading data. After more than an hour, Chen Guang stood up unsteadily. When he looked up at the sky, his heart was filled with a different feeling. The land of true martial was not simple. Perhaps it was because he was laughing wildly before entering the world of the cup. He did not hold the cup properly, causing the soil in the cup to tilt. This was reflected in the world of the true martial land, which led to such a result. That was, the whole world was not a flat piece of land, but a tilted upward curve, and the tilt became more and more severe. Looking into the distance, One side of the sky was blue and white clouds, no different from the real world, but the other side of the sky was darker. Before, Chen Guang thought that it was dark clouds, but now he knew he was wrong. It was clearly because there was a huge upward slope far away from his field of vision. To be precise, it could not be called a slope, because it was the whole world that was tilted, the whole land of true martial. This world had no horizon. Chapter 903. At this time, he was at the bottom of the Jinwu University's inclined plane. In addition, the power he obtained from using his inner strength in this world was indeed stronger than in the real world. The reason for this phenomenon was that the Jinwu University was filled with a strange power. The natives of the Jinwu University called it yin-yang qi. In Chen Guang's philosophy, it could also be called spiritual energy. It could also be called the essence of heaven and earth when a martial artist cultivated inner strength. In short, it could be called anything. This yin-yang qi was invisible and colorless, but it really existed. Not only did it exist in the Jinwu University, but it also existed in the real world. For example, martial artists in the real world could practice their inner strength more efficiently in a beautiful place than in a big city made of steel and concrete. Another example was the ice jade bed in the One family's secret territory. When meditating there, the inner strength would circulate more efficiently. The sects in the real world explained that these places were filled with outstanding people. It helped martial artists understand the truth of heaven and earth, and understand the martial way. But in fact, it was just that the yin-yang qi in these places was more concentrated. It was just that no one could really see the essence of yin-yang in this world. No one could quantify it and give it a specific name. When martial artists meditated, the qi came from the heart and body. They refined the essence into qi, and the qi strengthened the tendons. Then they refined the qi into the spirit, and the spirit strengthened the bones. Then they refined the spirit into the void, and the skin transformed. Finally, they refined the void into the way. This was reflected in the One family martial artists entering the One zone realm, and the Plain sect martial artists entering the Plain mind realm. This yin-yang qi was the external qi that martial artists absorbed to strengthen themselves. It didn't seem to exist, but in fact, it complemented the martial artist's inner strength and was very beneficial. Yin-yang qi was not only beneficial to martial artists, but also to ordinary people. For example, ordinary people in the real world felt depressed in big cities. Their whole body was in a subhealthy state. If they went to a beautiful place for a month or two for a vacation, they would feel refreshed and full of energy. This wasn't just because they felt relieved from the burden of work, but because the air they breathed was different. As the saying went, if you were tired, you should take a breath of fresh air. You would feel much more relaxed and comfortable. In fact, this was the invisible wisdom of the ancients, which secretly combined the benefits of yin and yang qi. In short, the yin and yang qi in the land of true martial was much denser than in the real world. The Thunder Wild Demon City, where Chen Guang was located, had 8 times denser yin and yang qi than in the real world. That was why the strong executioner, who didn't practice inner strength, wasn't torn apart by Chen Guang's punch. It was precisely because he lived in the land of Jinwu, where the yin and yang qi was extremely dense. His body had been nourished for many years, and he was far stronger than the average person on Earth. However, the Thunderclap Wild Demon City was located at the lowest level of the sloping true martial Great Land. The density of the yin-yang qi would only increase if one followed the endless slope upwards. The entire true martial land was divided into 9 layers. The higher one went, the denser the yin-yang qi became. The higher one went, the purer and denser the yin-yang qi would be, and the stronger the yin-yang qi would be. Apart from that, perhaps the Transcendence Holy Grail wanted to facilitate Chen Guang's training. It had forcefully extracted a crappy martial arts ranking system from the web novels he had read in the past. Chen Guang said, "I really don't want to tell you about this unlucky ranking system. It's too shameful." Yes, that's right. From the strongest to the weakest, they were martial emperor, martial king, martial tyrant, martial revered, martial monarch, and then heroic martial artist and martial disciple. There were a total of 10 ranks for martial artists with inner strength, including the legendary martial sage, which no one had ever reached. There were a total of 11 ranks for martial artists with inner strength. Finally, there were those who didn't have any inner strength at all. They were regarded as trash who couldn't sense chi. In some places, they were called noobs or incompetent. In some places, such as the area around the Thunderclap Wild Demon City, they were called muggles. Chen Guang said, incompetent. *CK your dialect. I definitely won't admit that the Heavenly Holy Grail stole these words from the Harry Potter novels that I once read. The things that scholars do can't be called stealing, it's called borrowing. Yes, that's right. In fact, Chen Guang felt that the term muggles was quite appropriate. Living in the true martial land with such dense yin-yang qi, yet unable to sense qi. How was he different from a salted fish? Since he was already a salted fish, wouldn't the term muggles be more appropriate? Chen Guang only wanted to thank the Heavenly Holy Grail for its thoughtfulness. This clear division of the 12 major ranks was very easy for him to understand. Although he still didn't know what a martial sage was, he just needed to follow this ladder and climb up step by step. Right now, he was at the beginner level of Muscle Jing, which was equivalent to a martial disciple in the true martial land. Chen Guang began to count with his fingers. By this analogy, when he reached the middle stage of Muscle Jing, he would be a standard martial artist. In terms of realms, martial emperors were probably at the level of Wenwen's great scholar realm. After that, there were emperor kings and tyrant lords. Sigh. I can't stand it anymore. Just thinking about the ratings in my mind, which were so bad that I almost couldn't stand it anymore, made me feel so awkward that my cancer was about to break out. In short, after cutting out the non-existent martial sages, the martial emperors, and the useless muggles, the remaining 9 ranks from martial emperor to martial disciple corresponded to the 3 stages of Muscle Jing, Bone Jing, and Skin Jing, peak, middle and beginner. However, although the realms were the same, the actual combat strength displayed was completely different. Currently, the strength displayed by Chen Guang, who was at the lowest level, was already several times stronger than when he was on Earth. At the higher levels, where the density of yin-yang qi was higher, the inner strength contained within his body, and the dense yin-yang qi nourished his body. This would increase the combat strength of a martial artist by almost equal proportions. For example, the most powerful realm of the true martial land, martial emperors, could actually cause as much destruction as the overlord-level experts in the Sea of Transient. In total, there were 9 levels of the true martial land. The highest level was divided up by the martial emperor's heavenly kingdom. Below them, there were martial emperors and other experts of various levels who had their own territories. At the lowest level of the world that Chen Guang was currently in, there were countless countries ruled by martial artists. Every country was made up of at most dozens, at least a few, and there might even be only a single city. Chen Guang's novice village, Thunder Wild Magic City, belonged to a country controlled by a martial disciple. The guy who looked like a state official on the execution platform was probably the advisor of this martial disciple. In addition, muggles without inner strength could only survive in the lowest 3 levels. It wasn't because the strong people in the upper levels rejected these weak people. It was purely because the higher they went, the denser the yin and yang qi became. After entering the 4th level, the density of the yin and yang qi exceeded the muggles' tolerance. If they tried to force their way in, they would explode and die. The true martial land was divided into 9 levels. The average density of the yin and yang qi in the lowest 3 levels was 10 times that of Earth. For example, in Thunder Wild Magic City, it was 8 times that of Earth. The next level was 10 times that of Earth, and the next level was 12 times that of Earth. However, from the 3rd level to the 4th level, the density of the yin and yang qi rose sharply. The average density of the yin and yang qi in the middle 3 levels was 100 times that of Earth. The average density of the yin and yang qi in the top 3 levels was 1,000 times that of Earth. Chen Guang didn't want to imagine how strong the people on that level would be. In the upper layer of the martial heavenly country, Even a poor butcher who slaughtered pigs would be an expert in the martial king realm at the very least. Even in the lower layer, he would be considered a top-notch expert. Just like how Chun Guang could move unhindered in the thunderclap wild demonic city, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens, pretending to be an expert among dwarves. In addition, the most precious resource in the true martial land was water, rivers and lakes. Because the water in each river flowed down from the upper levels, the water in the rivers contained even denser yin and yang qi. In the sealed true martial land, the water in the lower levels evaporated into steam and flowed upwards. The water in the upper levels condensed into dark clouds and rain, which converged into rivers and flowed downwards. In the process of condensing steam into water, the yin and yang qi would naturally be wrapped in it. Of course, even in the lower levels, there would occasionally be rain like on Earth. Unfortunately, this was very rare, because the water in the rivers in the lower levels had been exploited by the upper levels, and there was very little rain. The lower levels were even more arid. Unfortunately, the population base was the largest, so the people here lived in poverty and lacked yin and yang qi as a cultivation resource. The higher one went, the heavier the rain became, almost forming a waterfall. The water pressure and the yin and yang qi's spiritual pressure became heavier, so it was extremely difficult to go against the flow. It was precisely because of this extremely strange structure of the world that almost everyone born in this world wanted to continuously become stronger, go to a higher level of the country, obtain a longer lifespan, pursue greater power, and comprehend more profound martial arts realms. The desire to become stronger was engraved in the genes of the true martial land's natives. It was even more deep-rooted and intense than the instinct to carry on the family line. Even those martial emperors who had already reached the peak would not stop their footsteps and continue moving forward. This was because above the martial emperors, there was a realm that only existed in legends. Everyone knew it existed, but no one had ever reached the martial sage realm. As for how to become a martial sage, there was no quantitative standard. However, there was a place that everyone aimed to reach. It was the highest peak that stood at the top of the entire world. When people looked at it from afar, they felt that they were infinitely small and insignificant. According to legend, only a true martial sage could stand at the top of the highest peak and look down at the whole world. Only when one could see the whole world at a glance, could they see through the most essential mysteries of the true martial land. Only then could they be freed from this endless cage. Unfortunately, even martial emperors could not reach the highest peak. They could not withstand the extreme yin and yang qi and pressure. If they tried to climb to the highest peak by force, they would only end up exploding and dying. For tens of thousands of years, countless skeletons had fallen at the foot of the highest peak. However, the natives of the true martial land continued to climb towards the highest peak, like moths to a flame. No one knew the reason for the existence of the 100,000-foot staircase, known as the Stairway of Despair, or who had constructed it. However, since it had stood there since ancient times, it was proof of the existence of a martial saint. Only by becoming a martial sage could one transcend the shackles of this world. Yes, the true martial land was similar to the transient sea. However, it was even more cruel. Everyone in this world knew that the world they lived in was a huge cage. They were like goo in a cage. They lived in this cage where the strong preyed on the weak. Only by becoming the emperor of goo, the martial sage, could one transcend. In this completely sealed plane, people were like the people in the transient sea. They could be resurrected. Moreover, everyone knew that they could be resurrected. Therefore, if it was not for the fact that they could not be defeated, almost everyone here was not afraid of death. They fought and studied with all their might just to obtain stronger martial arts and enter the upper countries. Of course, death was not without its disadvantages. Once a person died, they would be reincarnated into the lower countries. For example, a person who died in a martial emperor country would be resurrected in a martial emperor country. When they were born, they would only have the inner strength of a martial lord. Of course, there were some unlucky martial emperors who died in avalanches. They died several times and fell to the lowest countries. This was an extremely cruel resurrection pyramid structure. In addition, the total area of the true martial land was basically the same as the transient sea. However, because it was mostly land, the population of the true martial land was many times that of the transient sea. About half of the population were Muggles, while the other half were level 10 martial artists with inner strength. Without a doubt, the higher the rank, the smaller the population. Under normal circumstances, the average lifespan of the people in the true martial land was 100 years old. It was slightly longer than the people in the real world. In fact, the people in the true martial land had a spirit of heaven and earth. They cultivated their inner strength and nourished themselves with yin and yang energy. Ordinary old Muggles could live up to 200 years old. Martial artists with inner strength had a longer lifespan. Martial emperors could even live up to 1,000 years old. However, the people in this world placed too much emphasis on chivalry. There were heroes, and there were also fake heroes. They would draw their swords and kill each other if they had a disagreement. If they could fight, they would not complain. This was because everyone firmly believed that they would be a good man again after 20 years. A large number of Muggles and even Muggles did the same. The direct result was that the average lifespan was forcefully lowered to 100 years old. Chen Guang shook his head and heaved a sigh of relief. He finally understood the huge worldview of this unfortunate world. Without a doubt, although the true martial land was the same size as the transient sea, there was more land. This world's worldview was more complete, but it was also more cruel. This huge population lived on a vast and boundless slope, achieving an extremely delicate balance. Then there was another problem. How could he become a martial sage? In the end, he still had no reference. At this moment, the heavenly Holy Grail gave him an answer. Master all the martial arts in the true martial land, and you will become a true martial sage. I really have to thank your family. This is so simple. I would rather not have known. Chapter 904. He finally knew the requirements to become a martial saint, but Chen Guang did not feel happy at all. This was truly a grievous news that made one despair. Out of the total population of over 100 billion people, almost half of them had inner strength. Who knew how many martial arts there were? The spirit of the Holy Grail's electronic voice was precise in its choice of words. Since it had said all, it must have meant exactly what it said. All it was all. 50 billion inner strength martial artists, forget it. Don't think about it anymore. I'll really find a rope to strangle myself if I keep thinking about it. Even if I could live to the age of the longest-lived martial monarchs in this world, would it be impossible for me to learn all of them? This was a goal that could never be achieved from the very beginning, okay? Lord Azure, don't you think the Holy Grail's request is too insane? Unfortunately, Azure went to sleep. No matter how much he wailed in his heart, there was no response. However, perhaps the Holy Grail understood his difficulties and gave him some additional information at this time, which made him feel slightly more at ease. In the fictional true martial land, which did not exist, but had existed for tens of thousands of years, a total of over 900,000 martial monarchs had been born. Of these 900,000 martial monarchs, some were inherited by sex, and some were self-enlightened. In total, there were over 400,000 martial arts sections. In the long and seemingly frozen history of the true martial land, although the population was extremely large, there were always all kinds of outstanding people who appeared out of nowhere and created their own martial arts. However, only the ultimate martial arts that could help one become a martial monarch were the true ultimate martial arts. Only those that could stand the test of time and leave a deep mark in the long river of history. As for the others, even the most outstanding of geniuses, if they died prematurely, they would not be able to stand closer to the peak. Their horizons would be limited, and the self-created martial arts would only be a shadow in a cup or a moon in the water. They would not be able to stand the test of time, and would show various flaws after being examined. Therefore, even though the population of this world was unreasonably large, and its history was unreasonably long, the true types of martial arts sects were not as terrifying as Chen Guang had imagined. According to the different attributes of inner strength techniques, They could be divided into hundreds of major sections. In a more practical sense, just like the Wen clan's painting scroll used literature to enter the Tao, the plainclothes sect's pure heart technique was a Taoist method of cultivating the mind and temperament, and the fist tyrant Panda's fist sect used firm and overbearing fist techniques to stimulate the heroic spirit in one's heart to enter the Tao. Under each of the different major sects, hundreds and thousands of different variants could be branched out. In summary, there were more than 400,000 complete sections. Going further down, these more than 400,000 perfect sects would evolve into even more minuscule inner strength cultivation methods. But to that extent, basically all roads led to Rome, and no matter how many changes there were, they would not deviate from the original path. Because of this, Chen Guang only needed to learn more than 400,000 complete sects in order to master all the martial arts in the true martial land. Only by mastering all the martial arts in this world would one be qualified to obtain the title of true martial saint, which was the same name as this world. Of course, in the beginning, he might have to spend a lot of effort to specialize in one or several variations of the sects, but when his own realm reached a certain level, he could use the strengths of hundreds of sects for his own use. He would be able to understand the leopard by looking at the spot, and then he would be able to use an unorthodox method as a foundation, and then he would be able to deduce a perfect sect on his own. At that time, it might be much easier. For example, if he learned a knife technique that specialized in the butcher's knife technique, he would be able to deduce the complete soft knife technique. Chen Guang smacked his lips. It seemed that he only needed to learn 1,000,000 martial arts at most, and at least 400,000 would be enough. Not bad. Not bad, my ass. Don't talk to me. I want to be left alone, and please don't ask who I am. His heart was so stifled that he couldn't breathe. Forget it. Rather than feeling that the road was difficult, it was better to set off immediately. Since he had already come, there was no other choice. He had to go even if he had to. As Chen Guang raised his leg and ran towards the thunderclap wild demon city, he began to ponder in his heart. The people he had met before were all muggles. They had no inner strength at all, and were not worth mentioning. However, according to the setting of the world provided by the Holy Grail, the martial arts in this world had already matured to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. It was too easy for people in this world to obtain secret martial arts manuals. Perhaps it would be a little difficult to obtain the 400,000 complete sects that could be cultivated to the martial monarch realm, but if one went further down, the branches and variations that could be cultivated to the martial monarch realm, martial king realm, or even martial overlord realm, if one were to calculate the exponential growth rate, the number would really be too much to look at. Because there were too many choices, it was very possible that any random person with inner strength would be able to execute a high-end technique that had been tested by history for a long time. For example, a martial disciple, who could become a city lord in the first layer of the country, could only become a captain of the soldiers in the second layer ruled by the chivalrous. In the third layer ruled by the chivalrous, perhaps they could only set up a fruit stall on the street, and even cut pineapples with the amazingly profound and powerful blood azure saber technique. As for the fourth layer ruled by the martial monarch, martial disciples could not go there. Once they did, they would explode on the spot. Therefore, he could not underestimate the enemy. As for what he should do, how he should operate to climb up layer by layer, and finally step on the heads of all the martial monarchs, master all the martial arts, and become a martial saint. Chen Guang had a complete set of plans in mind. He would first focus on cultivating the painting scroll. Judging by Wenwen's literary grandmaster realm, the painting scroll was undoubtedly a high-end technique that could be cultivated to the martial monarch realm. When he became stronger, for example, after he became a martial artist, he would go back and bully martial disciples. Young man, I see that you have a lot of potential. Hand over the martial arts, and I will bring you along to show off and fly. What? You don't agree? Then let's go to the small forest next door and talk about life. When you feel my strong charisma, not to mention your martial arts, You will even want to introduce your wife to me. Yes, that's right, I want to snatch. Perhaps some people would say that he wanted to challenge someone of a higher level. Master Guang thought, what did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you clearly. Although his physical body still held an advantage, and he also had an extremely strong regenerative ability, which gave him the foundation to challenge those of a higher realm. But who would seek abuse for no reason? Wouldn't it be better to comfortably bully those who were weaker than him? Must he go against his own life? I am not stupid. If he did not bully the weak, did not rely on robbing to obtain the secret manual, and used love to reform the world, and waited for others to come to him, who knows how long it would take to cultivate? Who knows, if he used up all his 100 chances of revival by dying of old age every time, he might not be able to succeed. Speaking of which, he did have a piece of good news. That was, every time he accidentally died and revived, the martial arts and realm he grasped would not drop. Chen Guang had a wicked thought. When he becomes a martial monarch, should he purposely commit suicide and come back to the Thunderclap Wild Demon City to take a look at the novice village? Wouldn't that scare a whole city of people to death? Alright, no matter what this time, there seems to be more time and space than when I was in the transient sea. My situation is also much better than when I was in the transient sea. I definitely cannot repeat the mistakes of the first time I went to the transient sea. I want to go on a killing spree. That's right, this is my world. In the entire true martial land, there are hundreds of billions of people. There are at least 5 billion beauties who can cause the downfall of a city, right? They are all mine. Lily did not deceive me. She said that there would be hundreds of billions of cute girls. And there really are countless cute girls. Hundreds of billions is a bit too much. After all, I have not transformed into tentacles yet, so I am unable to communicate with so many girls at the same time. But it doesn't matter, 5 billion is already enough. The old man's pile driver has been thirsty for countless years. It is time to let it out. In any case, I already have the identity of the perverted flower thief. If I don't do something, I will be letting down the old man's invincible pile driver. It is time to take it out and go on a killing spree. Lord Guang felt like he was about to fly when he thought about how there were 5 billion cute girls waiting for his love in the true martial great land. He felt like he was floating as he walked, and he felt like he was about to fly. My life has been worth it. He closed his eyes, opened his arms, and ran on the broad road to the Thunderclap Wild Demon City, his mind wandering in infinite reverie. If Liuli was still awake and could monitor him at any time, Chen Guang would definitely not dare to be so insolent and arrogant. But now that Liuli has fallen asleep, as the saying goes, the sky is high, the emperor is far away, and the sea is wide. If he does not take this opportunity to do something, his conscience will blame him. He tiptoed on the ground again, jumped 3 feet high, spread his limbs and glided forward in the air, looking particularly happy. This is the so-called extreme joy begets sorrow. Facts have proven that one cannot be too pretentious. Floating in the air with his eyes closed, Chen Guang originally planned to open his eyes when he landed, but after waiting for a long time, he still had not landed. The wind blowing on his face was getting stronger and stronger. He opened his eyes. If I remember correctly, when I ran from here, it was a plain. Why is there a cliff here when I return the way I came? He lowered his head and looked down. His mind was filled with confusion. How high is this cliff? Chen Guang didn't want to describe it in detail. In short, looking down made him, who originally did not have a fear of heights, suffer from intermittent acrophobia. He thought of another joke. There was a young man who was extremely rich. One day, he accidentally fell from the headquarters of his father's company, but he didn't fall to his death. Instead, he starved to death in midair. Just based on the height of the cliff below, Chen Guang felt that it was possible. This doesn't make sense. The true martial land exists for me. In this world, I am the chosen one with the halo of a protagonist. There is no reason for me to fall to my death from a cliff for no reason. Wait, what is this? This seems to be a very familiar routine. A martial arts world that cultivates inner strength, the halo of a protagonist, falling off a cliff. All three elements of a fortuitous encounter are present. According to such a cliché routine, even though the cliff is so high that it makes people's hair stand on end, I definitely won't fall to my death. Not only will I not fall to my death, but there will also be a hidden master at the bottom of the cliff waiting to pass on his skills to me. Otherwise, there will be a peerless secret manual waiting for me. Or there will be a sword tomb or something like that. At the very least, there will be a big eagle, right? If this is the case, Chen Guang doesn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Cliché. Unbearably cliché. How can my life be so cliché? How can I go out and greet people in the future? Chapter 905. First, it came up with the cliched 12 levels of martial arts. And then it came up with the 3 elements of a miracle encounter. Was there something wrong with the heavenly Holy Grail? Or was there something wrong with his worldview, which helped the Holy Grail construct the land of Zhenwu? Could it be that I'm not creative at all? Did he have to use such a cliched method? Forget it. He would rather die once than to use such a cliched method. He would just resurrect and return to the city. It was a waste of a life. Falling off a cliff was too embarrassing. Screech. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard a shrill cry of a bird. Chen Guang turned his head and looked down. His eyes widened. This guy was not a condor. This guy was definitely not a condor. Looking at the black feathered bird with a wingspan of 4 meters, Chen Guang covered his face in pain. It really was Brother Condor. Bang! Brother Condor was smashed to death by me. Unexpectedly, the condor did not come to save Chen Guang. Instead, it spread its wings and stretched out its claws to catch him from below. However, it did not aim properly, and was smashed to death by Chen Guang on the back. Chen Guang held his waist in pain. Brother Condor had died miserably. His waist was also badly hit. He turned his head and looked at the dead condor that was falling with him. Brother, what a coincidence. Falling off a cliff. Let's go together. Forget it, I'll just die. It's already bad enough that my right wrist was broken. I really don't want to be saved by another condor and become the great condor hero. However, he was not fated to die. He continued to fall, but after falling for an unknown period of time, a dark shadow flew over from afar. Chen Guang looked at the condor corpse that was still falling with him. Yes, it was this guy that was falling and spilling blood in midair. This time, it was not Brother Condor flying over, but the Condor Legion. Speaking of which, they were a little close to the ground. Bang bang bang. Like setting off firecrackers. Chen Guang was still in a daze when he was slammed into a large lake by several condors. He struggled out of the water, shook his hair, and shook off the blood and flesh of the family of condors. He climbed ashore in embarrassment, sighed, and said to himself, "In the end, I didn't die. I still survived after falling off the cliff." Following that, a white-haired old man in ragged clothes with a pair of bright eyes would jump out and point at him. "Who are you?" "I'm Martial Emperor Dugu Fengqingyang. Hurry up and become my disciple." "Sai, forget it. I'll just resign myself to fate. This is the fate of those who possess the protagonist's halo. I can't avoid it. I only have 100 lives in total. I should use them wisely, and not kill myself to return to the city. The durability of my equipment will also drop." Cough cough. He rested in the water for about 5 to 6 minutes. And even when he climbed up to the shore, Feng Qingyang did not jump out. Then, Chen Guang started to look for a cave, but he couldn't find one. When he was sure that there were no hidden secret manuals or living experts here, he began to feel disappointed again. He had fallen off the cliff for nothing, and he had implicated Brother Condor's family. What a miserable death. There was a large valley at the bottom of the cliff. Chen Guang did not know how long the valley was, but it was at least a few kilometers wide. From afar, he could see that the other side of the valley was also a huge cliff. Well, he had to find a way to climb up to the Thunderclap Devil City. Just as he was about to walk towards the cliff, Chen Guang's stomach growled. He calculated the time. He had been in the true martial arts land for a few hours, and it was time to eat. Therefore, he ran back to the lake where he fell off the cliff, picked up an eagle, plucked its feathers and set up a pole. Drilling wood to make a fire was not a problem for him. As he had written the entire book, starting from zero, with brass fireworks. After setting up the pole, he prepared to pick up some dry wood nearby to start a fire. He would just have barbecued meat for this meal. Although there was no seasoning or cumin, survival in the wild was not that important. However, as the saying went, you can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but you will find it by chance. He found a lot of dry wood, but he also found some things that he did not want to see, but were destined to appear. I still can't hide from it, looking at the thing in front of him that looked like dry firewood, but was clearly some unlucky fellow's calf. Lord Guang couldn't help but sigh. That's right, I have the protagonist's halo, so I have to walk on the true martial arts land on my own, okay? I admit it. At this moment, Chen Guang had no idea that when Azure fell asleep, and no one bothered about him, the Shenhuang God Emperor was still awake. Although she could not talk to Chen Guang, who was in the true martial arts land, she could make use of her fusion with the Holy Grail to do some tricks in this world. Lu Mingguo was looking at the void with a sinister smile. Humph. Who asked you to be so cocky? I'll let you have 5 billion cute girls. An extremely sinister sneer reverberated throughout the entire Cloud City. Even the sleeping Luli felt goosebumps. Since he found the bones, it meant that there were goods nearby. Hence, Chen Guang immediately started searching the surroundings with all his might. He searched for a long time, but did not find any secret manuals, weapons, or even a piece of cloth. It must have been too old and been decomposed by microorganisms. However, this showed that the owner of the dry bones was very powerful. At least the bones were preserved in good condition. Chen Guang searched everywhere, but in the end, he only found a lot of scattered bones in 2s and 3s. He was getting hungrier and hungrier. He could not help but feel disheartened. He first went back to eat the white roasted chicken wings, then returned to search for another 2 or 3 hours, but still found nothing. Is this unlucky Holy Grail trying to torture me to death? First it made me fall off a cliff, but it didn't make me die. It was not easy for me to accept such a crappy fortuitous encounter setting, but there was nothing after I came down. Just as I was about to give up on the fortuitous encounter and continue on to the Thunderclap Wild Demon City, you put a strong dry bone in front of me, which rekindled my confidence. Now I've searched for half a day, but there's nothing. The ups and downs of life are too violent. There are too many ups and downs in a day, it's too stiff. My heart is so tired. Can't you just give me a clean answer? Unfortunately, the Holy Grail did not care about his nagging this time. Chen Guang decided to accept his fate. It seemed that he had the fate of a main character, who fell off a cliff without any fortuitous encounter. He decided to give up. He randomly found a clean and shiny stone nearby. He decided to pee and leave this sad place. Unexpectedly, as soon as he peed, the stone began to faintly appear on it. Shit, there really is a peerless secret manual. It's not on the cliff, it's on the stone. To be honest, if this unlucky Holy Grail really came up with such a crappy setting, I would be ashamed to say it out loud, okay? Fortunately, I'm not a web novelist like Bai Nyangzi. If I didn't come up with such a deceptive setting, I would definitely die. Chen Guang cursed in his heart as he looked down at the stone. The Holy Grail might be slacking off, because the words on the stone were in standard Microsoft Black simplified Chinese characters. Chen Guang thought that if he lived in a time travel novel, he would definitely be ridiculed by countless readers for such a low-class setting. Forget it. Thinking carefully about the peerless secret manual that came out of peeing, it didn't seem to have any style. This senior's tricks were a bit deep. Others would kowtow to trigger the hidden condition to drop a secret manual. But here it was peeing. I am a child-face martial emperor. I died 8 times due to bad luck, and fell from the martial emperor realm to this day. If it weren't for my lover, the Stone Maiden, who stayed by my side in every life, I would have fallen into endless reincarnation. Although I've recovered my memory, I've become a muggle and can't practice martial arts. It's heaven's will to kill me. My 8 great protectors abandoned me and wanted to steal my divine kung fu. The Stone Maiden died on the battlefield to protect me when I escaped. I died with my eyes wide open. After this reincarnation, no one will help me recover the memory of my previous life. I don't know if I can break away from the shackles of being a muggle in my next life. How sad. How sad. Now I've left my lifetime's secret mnemonic chant on this wall. If the person who falls down is fated to survive a great calamity, and is met with rain, it can be seen that he is a person with great fortune. He will be able to see my divine technique, and receive my inheritance. This technique of mine can be said to be the easiest technique to practice in the land of true martial. It is also the fastest and has the most stable foundation. If the inheritor of this technique is fated, he will soar into the sky. After you become a martial emperor, please avenge my lover, the lady in the stone, and kill the 8 martial emperors. Chen Guang read this line of words without missing a word. He was speechless for a long time. Misunderstanding. Senior, I misunderstood you. I thought you had a wild way of doing things. But it turns out that I was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Rain had a special meaning in the land of martial arts. It was a standard auspicious sign. Every time it rained, it meant that the suffering people could finally enjoy the nourishment of the abundant yin and yang energy. The martial emperor named Child-Faced had set the condition for the secret manual to be dropped as rain. It was reasonable and understandable. However, when it was his turn, he changed it awkwardly. In Chen Guang's opinion, the old man was a person with the halo of the main character. So he would be the main character in the cup world in his backyard. He had to have the same luck as the marquee champion, so he could pick up the divine kung fu even when he peed. After a while, the other side of the smooth stone started to be covered with densely packed small characters. Chen Guang didn't dare to be negligent. He read it word by word with full concentration. It was indeed a top-notch martial art of the martial emperor level. The mental cultivation method had more than 7,000 or 8,000 words, and every word was profound and profound. He would benefit a lot if he read it carefully. The full text of the manual was as follows. 8,000 words were omitted below. All in all, he had mastered it one day later. The child-faced martial emperor didn't lie. It was really easy to practice. After reading it a few times and comprehending the contents of the entire cultivation method, he tried to circulate his inner energy, according to the unique technique of the child-faced martial emperor, and visualize his qi. The qi was generated invisibly in his dantian, and it was so easy that it was unreasonable. Sensing the perfect combination of the unique technique of the child-faced martial emperor in his dantian, and the inner energy of the painting manual, Chen Guang felt that it was too easy to be real. He tried to accumulate this new inner strength in his body, and then condensed it in his palm. In an instant, his palm became scorching hot, as if an extremely strong yang qi was about to erupt. It was very strong. As soon as he mastered this new cultivation method, his cultivation state seemed to catch up with the painting manual that he had practiced for a long time. He muttered to himself, "It's strange. According to Xianqin and Wenwen, it's impossible for my comprehension ability to be so high even though my root bone is unprecedented. It's like a dream." He had a bad premonition, but he didn't know what the problem was. Forget it. Since the unique technique of the child-faced martial emperor was a perfect martial emperor sect, he would learn it sooner or later. It was not a big deal. Just as he was comforting himself like this, the writing on the rock changed on its own without a sound. It seemed that the child-faced martial emperor had done something to this rock. Only when the energy of this unique technique was sensed would the hidden words appear. Congratulations on cultivating the child-faced divine method. This was the first line of words that appeared. Chen Guang widened his eyes. Damn it. That was to say, this guy hadn't mentioned the name of this unique technique from the beginning to the end. As the name suggested, the word divine in the middle could be removed. This was the child-faced divine method. Now that you have mastered the unique technique of my lifetime, I have to remind you that you must be a virgin to learn this technique, and you can't lose your virginity after practicing it. Otherwise, your body will explode and you will die. As to how far you can lose your virginity, don't ask me, I don't know. My wife and I have been widows all our lives. And my wife is also a woman made of stone. This guy had finally revealed his foxtail. He had called her his lover, the woman in the stone, in a genteel manner a moment ago, but now he called her his wife. You're really wicked, you old pervert. Besides, it turned out that the woman in the stone was the woman made of stone. The woman made of stone and the highly achieved child-face divine method were a match made in heaven. But I'm being wronged. I'm not a virgin. Wait a minute. Chen Guang suddenly realized that his physical body should have been reconstructed in the state of a spiritual body when he entered the realm in the cup. In a sense, he was still a new infant in the Jinwu land. Please allow me to show a sorrowful expression. That's why it's so easy to learn, and why it's so masculine and domineering, and why it's so fast to advance in the cultivation state. It's the child-face divine method. How could it not be reliable after paying such a high price? Tong Yin had already become the martial emperor, but he still couldn't lose his virginity. It meant that this unlucky child-face divine method would be a bottomless path of no return once he started cultivating it. This was a poison that could penetrate the intestines. Chen Guang's mournful wailing echoed in the whole valley. Nobody could understand his sorrow. If he had known this method was so complicated, he wouldn't have learned it right now. He would have held it in his hands for now and learned all the other methods, such as the acacia method and the double cultivation method. He would have learned the child-face divine method when he was only one step away from mastering it. Wait, have I learned the child-face divine method? What if I encounter the double cultivation method in the future? What if I encounter the mirror of the sunflower again? Pooh. This kind of self-destructive deviant method would never be able to become the martial emperor. Chen Guang shook his head to get rid of this dreadful thought. But soon he felt melancholy again. What should he do with the Fairy Heart Sutra? What should he do with the Merciful Boat Sword Code? Until the next morning, when he climbed the other side of the cliff, these 100,000 questions were still deeply troubling him. In the depths of his heart, there was a touch of sadness that he could not get rid of. Chapter 906. 2 days later, the Vile Valley's flower thief, Chen Guang, who had escaped from the execution ground, returned, causing a commotion in the thunderclap demonic city. However, the news that he had become a martial disciple had long been known to the whole city, so no one dared to stop him. Chen Guang followed the principle of saving time. Anyway, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Anyway, people in this world would not really die, so he did not intend to hold back. He did not want to waste his precious time, so he went straight to the city lord's mansion. There were more than 400,000 martial arts waiting for him. He did not have the time and energy to slowly talk about life with you. How dare you? I was not in the city 2 days ago, but you were lucky enough to escape. How dare you come back? What's wrong? Could it be that you want to take revenge for your Vile Valley friends? A burly man wearing golden armor and holding a long saber stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. He looked down at Chen Guang below and said sternly, this big man was the city lord of the thunder-mad demon city, the only martial disciple within a radius of dozens of miles. The fat governor, who Chen Guang had met 2 days ago, was standing behind the city lord. He said in a low voice, Sir, don't underestimate him. This Chen Guang showed real martial disciple methods that day. He is very strong. As for Chen Guang, he raised his head and looked at the man. However, he was pondering whether to kill or not. Both of them were martial disciples who had just entered the muscle strength realm. He had a perfect body and the recovery ability of a great earth explosion. Moreover, he had the 2 martial emperors' unique arts, the painting scroll, and the virgin boy divine skill. No matter how he looked at it, the difficulty of killing him should not be more difficult than killing an ant. Although this man was within the scope of his robbery, there was no enmity between them. He felt a little sorry for taking his life for no reason. Just as he was thinking this, the man saw that Chen Guang did not answer, and felt that he was looking down on him. He immediately said angrily, Bring me the heads of his accomplices in the Vile Valley. Let him know how powerful I am. You're just a rookie martial disciple who has just comprehended inner strength by chance. I, the Thunderclap Wild Magic Saber, have been immersed in martial arts for many years. My foundation is solid, and you can't be compared to me. I only need 3 strikes to kill you. Chen Guang's pupil shrank. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. My gay friends that I have never met in Evil Men Valley, you have all died a miserable death. With this thought in mind, his heart immediately felt at ease. Chen Guang put his hands on his hips. All right, I won't make fun of your shameless name. How could you have such a big face? A broken martial disciple actually had such a shameless name, and even named the entire city after you. Why don't you go to heaven? Why don't you call yourself the god-slaying saber demon? The countless busybodies surrounding the city lord's mansion were speechless. Didn't they say that they wouldn't complain? You're going to ridicule him to the heavens, okay? And what kind of new dialect is this? Does it mean ridicule? Needless to say, these muggles were just here to watch the show. The worldview of the people in this world was so clear. Whoever had the bigger fist would have the final say. Regardless of what kind of character the flower thief Chen Guang was in the past. If the two of them fought today, and he won, at least before the next martial artist who ruled the 10 cities came to collect taxes. As long as Chen Guang was interested, the new city lord of the Thunderclap Wild Demon City would be him. The strong man named Thunderclap Wild Magic Saber was scolded by Chen Guang, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. What a joke! In the whole land of Zhenwu, every martial disciple has his own overbearing title. Otherwise, how can they show their ambition? The city lord of the neighboring city is also called the martial god of 10 lands and 8 wilderness. Chen Guang was dumbfounded. There was actually a day when he felt ashamed of his inferiority when it came to shamelessness? Well, cut the crap. Seeing that you are also a martial disciple, as long as you are willing to pay the water tax, I can spare your life. Ah, water tax. Of course. The water in this area of the Thunderclap Wild Magic City belongs to me. Of course, I have to pay the tax. Why don't you collect the breathing tax? Why don't you collect the congestion tax when you walk? Chen Guang couldn't help but tease him. Unexpectedly, the self-titled Thunderclap Berserk Demon Saber was shocked. That's reasonable and convincing. He quickly turned his head and said, Master, go and tidy up the documents now. If there is a trend of people passing by on the street, everyone will be charged the congestion tax. If tomorrow is foggy, there must be too many people breathing, so we will also collect the breathing tax. The fat man who looked like a state official, but was actually the master, wondered. Master, isn't it because the roads in our city have not been widened for 70 or 80 years? Shut up. I said to collect taxes, and I will collect taxes. Well, Chen Guang, you either give me 10 years of hard work or 20 years of hard work. Then you will pay the water tax and congestion tax. And I will spare your life. Or do you have women in your family? Or food is also fine. In short, no matter what, make a living in the territory of the Thunderclap Wild Magic Saber. I have the final say here. And I will only need 3 slashes to kill you. This guy had now begun to collect the congestion tax, and the onlookers near the city lord's mansion instantly dispersed. Chen Guang saw that he had already entered the state of governance with a few words, and he couldn't help but complain. As a knowledgeable modern person, he was indeed many levels ahead of the people in the land of true martial arts. Cut the crap. If you have the guts, then come at me. I want to see how you will kill me with 3 slashes. This guy was always yelling about 3 slashes. Although it was annoying to listen to, and he wanted to slap him to death, Chen Guang was not as blindly confident as he looked on the surface. Instead, he took advantage of the time when he was about to fly up to the sky, and directly made his move. As a good young man who had been deeply affected by the modern dark arts, he didn't know how many times he had seen negative examples of people who failed to show off, and were struck by lightning in online novels. He was here to rob martial arts, and he must not repeat the mistakes of others. In the next moment, Chen Guang rushed in front of the Thunderclap Wild Magic Saber, and without any fancy tricks, he raised his hand and gave a heavy punch to the head. The Thunderclap Wild Magic Saber laughed loudly. Come at me. He raised the long saber in his hand and slashed at Chen Guang from below. Then he flew out. It was like when Chen Guang had not yet had internal strength, and before he participated in the World Arm Wrestling competition in the United States with those professional boxers to test the strength of their fists. Although the two of them were completely disproportionate in size, and were in the same realm, the strength of the two sides was completely different. With Chen Guang's current actual combat strength, it was already bullying to challenge someone one level higher than him. Fighting someone of the same level was simply cheating. Although the opponent's saber technique, called the Thunderclap Wild Magic Saber, was exquisite enough, it was useless, and he was completely crushed in strength. Congratulations to the new city lord. The fat advisor only hesitated for 3 seconds, then raised his arms and shouted. Old Master Guang sent him flying with a kick. Scram! It was already kind enough not to kill this guy. From then on, the Thunderclap Wild Magic City was officially renamed the True Martial Holy Emperor City. There was no other way. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can't be a maverick. I have to keep up with the trend of the true martial land. Since everyone is shameless, I will name myself after this world and call myself the True Martial Holy Emperor. I feel that it will show my great ambition. After killing the former city lord with one punch, Chen Guang immediately stayed here. He used 3 days to rebuild the entire management system of the True Martial Holy Emperor City. His principle for choosing people was very simple: those who were not as handsome as him. Since ancient times, handsome people were either hidden protagonists or despicable villains, and they had to be guarded against. In addition, Chen Guang directly dismissed the former city lord's huge harem, so he didn't have to worry about it. For the next year he did nothing else. On one hand, he peacefully meditated in the city lord's mansion, and on the other hand, he let his new team collect all kinds of martial arts in the True Martial Holy Emperor City. High-end, mid-end, and low-end martial arts were all found, and he didn't reject anyone. On the other hand, Chen Guang made another discovery. Compared to when one, his strength lay in his innate talent, not his perception. However, in the land of true martial, perhaps the spirit of the Holy Grail had given him a special cheat. No matter what he learned, he could learn extremely quickly. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as when he learned the falling into the pit technique, he could basically master a martial art in 3 to 5 days, 10 to 15 days at most. It was a pity that the True Martial Holy Emperor City was located in the lowest level of the world, a remote and desolate place. In this dozens of miles, apart from the falling into the pit technique, he couldn't find another perfect martial emperor-level martial art. However, he wasn't in a hurry. There was no point in being anxious. In the early days of a business, he had no choice. While he had his own Sharingan, he learned whatever he could and accumulated more knowledge. In the future, when he encountered those profound martial emperor-level martial arts, it would be easier to figure out the way. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, all the households in the True Martial Holy Emperor City were decorated with lanterns and streamers, and there was a festive and peaceful atmosphere. Today was the first anniversary of their city lord entering the city, and it was also the day that their genius city lord surpassed the martial disciple stage and became a martial artist. As for the city lord's disgraceful past as a rapist, to borrow his own words, who cared? No one cared, and he seemed to have changed. Now not only did he not pick flowers, but he even treated women like snakes and scorpions. Beautiful women even avoided him. No wonder the city lord could suddenly become a martial disciple. No wonder he could punch that unlucky guy to death when he just advanced. It must be the soul of a strong man from a few lifetimes ago that had awakened. Under the rule of the wise and benevolent new city lord, the agriculture and commerce of the Holy Emperor City flourished, and the people lived and worked in peace. According to the city lord, in this year, the whole city's chicken skin had increased by a full 30%. Chen Guang sat happily on the main seat in the hall of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the group of officials, who were not as handsome as him, he couldn't help but recall the happy days when he was a sage and a prophet in the Sea of Su. In the years since he came to this world, except for the accidental death at the beginning, it had been smooth sailing until now. Using a year's time to advance from the beginner stage of muscle jing to the middle stage was not particularly fast, but this was because he had spent a lot of time and energy on studying all kinds of unorthodox martial arts. It had only been a year, and with the help of the 8 times yin-yang energy, he had successfully leveled up. What made him even happier was that in this small city of more than 100,000 people, there were dozens of different kinds of low-end martial arts that had been lost to the outside world. Chen Guang thought that since he had already graduated from the novice village, it was about time to change the map. At daybreak, we'll set off for the rundown city that's about 200 li away from here. The city is ruled by the self-proclaimed emperor of this region. How about that? Everyone, it is fate that brought us to know each other. Thank you for your help this year. Come, let's have a toast. Chen Guang raised his cup and said, with the blessing of the Holy Emperor, the people of our true martial Holy Emperor city are blessed. Yes, I heard that many homeless people in the nearby cities have the intention to move their families here. Now that the Holy Emperor has become a martial artist, the rise of our Holy Emperor city is just around the corner. The old advisor that Chen Guang had recruited, Bao Bo, stood up and said with a smile, Sir, I have something to say. That's right. There was only one reason why Chen Guang recruited him. His name was Bao Bo, which reminded him of his poor little Bob, who was stranded in the sea of fleeting time. Go ahead, old Bao. 1 year ago today was the day that the Holy Emperor city rose from the ashes. It was also the day that the Holy Emperor city was blessed. I suggest that we make today a festival and celebrate it every year in the future. What do you think? Although he had to leave tomorrow, Chen Guang felt that Bao Bo's idea was not bad. When he became stronger in the future, he could make a festival of his own. It would help spread his glory throughout the true martial great land and help him gain faith. That's a good idea. Old Bao, what do you think we should call this festival? Old Bao rolled his eyes. The Holy Emperor is the true martial Holy Emperor. Today is the day that the Holy Emperor rose from the ashes. Why don't we call it Christmas? Chen Guang was dumbfounded. Old Bao, you're really King talented. The matter of Christmas was settled, and the banquet was lively and noisy. However, at the most lively time, a guard who looked like Ba Liangjin rushed in with a panicked expression. Holy Emperor, bad news. Bad news. Chen Guang frowned. What's the matter? The guard said breathlessly. Just now, the guard at the city gate reported that there is a long snake-like fire approaching from afar. If there is no accident, it might be the 10 martial emperors coming to collect taxes. The 10 martial emperors mentioned by the guard were the martial artists who ruled the 10 cities, including the true martial Holy Emperor city. Chen Guang glared at him. If they want to collect taxes, then so be it. What's the big deal? Is there a need to be so flustered? Don't embarrass me. Holy Emperor, you don't know. It's not that simple to collect taxes. At this time, old Bao, who was half drunk, had completely sobered up. His face was pale, and he was more afraid than the guard. Chen Guang put down the cup. What's the matter? Old Bao, tell me. Old Bao seemed to suddenly recall some unpleasant memories. Usually, the 10 martial emperors collect taxes once every 10 years. It seems not frequent, but every time they collect taxes, they scrape 3 feet off the ground. All the women of the families who have just opened their mouths will be taken away, and those who have a little surplus will not have a grain of rice left. This time, I don't know why the 10 martial emperors came 2 years in advance. Before the Holy Emperor came to this city, I was like a beggar, but 8 years ago, I was also a prominent family in this city. But on the day of collecting taxes, all my belongings, my poor 17 daughters, the youngest of whom is only 12 years old, were taken away. If there is no accident, my daughters should have turned into bones by now, right? Chen Guang smashed the table in front of him with a punch, and his hair stood up in anger. Is there such a thing? Old Bao, I will avenge you and cut him into 17 pieces. Every time I burn a piece, I will help you pay tribute to one of your daughters. Lord, you can't. You have just become a martial artist. You can't be a match for the 10 martial emperors who have been immersed in martial arts for more than 100 years. What a joke. Your master, I am invincible within 3 levels. Chen Guang shook his robe, and his killing intent overflowed as he walked out majestically. Chapter 907. How dare you? How dare you kill my brothers and sisters? Come out and die. Before Chen Guang could reach the city gate, a roar resounded from the outside. It's the voice of the 10 Directions martial emperor. Sure enough, he came in person. Old Bao, who was beside Chen Guang, shrunk his neck back when he heard this. His face was full of fear. Didn't you say that he came to collect taxes? Does he want to avenge the thunder-mad demon saber? Are they on good terms? Chen Guang didn't care about Old Bao's fear. Only he knew that he wasn't bragging, he was just stating the truth. Old Bao's footsteps became slower and slower. My lord, it's not like that. The relationship between the 10 Directions martial emperor and the thunderclap mad devil saber isn't that good. He's probably just looking for an excuse to get angry, so that he can deal a heavy blow today. It's not good. Maybe he wants to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs this time. Fortunately, my lord doesn't have a woman. Chen Guang almost couldn't help but kick Bao Bo. What the hell was he talking about? Old Bao, have you heard of a saying? Bao Bo was confused. What? Coward. Bao Bo didn't understand. What does that mean? Chen Guang snorted. It means that if a person is too cowardly, he won't have a future for the rest of his life. Do you understand? Lord Saint Emperor is right. Bao Bo nodded and quickly took out a small notebook. Christmas Day of the Saint Emperor era. On the night, the Saint Emperor said. This was why Chen Guang admired Bao Bo. Bao Bo's bootlicking skills were top-notch, and he was practically the same as Little Bob in the Transient Ocean. However, when the two of them approached the city gate, Old Bao became terrified again. Lord Sage Emperor, although I know that you are talented, just like how you easily defeated the Thunderclap Berserk Demon Blade, not long after you became a martial disciple, not every martial master in our world can rule over 10 cities. The martial emperor of the 10 Directions is one of the top martial masters in the entire first layer. Shut up, Bao Bo. If you keep being a coward, I'll beat you up. Chen Guang lifted his leg and walked forward without looking back. In the huge true martial Saint Emperor city, there was no longer any festive atmosphere. All the houses that were decorated with lanterns had quietly removed the lanterns in front of their doors and were desperately hiding things in their cellars. Although everyone had a powerful city lord who was also a martial artist, just like Old Bao, no one thought that the Holy Emperor was a match for the martial emperor of the 10 Directions. On this side, just as Chen Guang was about to open the door, the huge ironwood city gate was blasted open with a loud bang and fell to the ground. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Guang stood at the city gate and looked forward. Under the night sky, there was a long snake formation formed by a row of torches. The man walking at the front was wearing a purple gold crown and a black feather robe. He must be the legendary 10 Directions martial emperor. My lord, this is... Old Bao followed behind Chen Guang, trembling with fear. When he spoke, his legs were trembling. Chen Guang knew that he had a shadow in his heart, so he didn't bother to teach him anymore. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the martial emperor of the 10 Directions with a smile. I plan to go to the next city first, and then go to your 10 Directions city to find you in a few years. I didn't expect that you would come first. Before the martial emperor of the 10 Directions could say anything, a dark, thin, short man jumped out and said coldly, How dare you not kneel in front of the martial emperor? How dare you talk nonsense? Chen Guang finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Did I hear it right? Martial emperor? You are just a martial artist. How dare you call yourself a martial emperor? Aren't you more arrogant? You have already called yourself an emperor. Stop talking nonsense and kneel down. Seeing that Chen Guang dared to mock the martial emperor of the 10 Directions, the dark, thin, short man shouted angrily and flashed forward to kill him. As soon as he made his move, Qi surged around him. He was a senior martial disciple. Chen Guang didn't hesitate either. He raised his palm lightly and used the floating cloud palm, a martial venerable level technique he had just learned 2 days ago. He fanned out with the back of his hand. It seemed to be a light move, but it was actually heavy. It seemed to be a slow move, but it was actually as fast as lightning. Before the dark, thin, short man's sharp claws could grab Chen Guang's shoulder, he was hit in the face by Chen Guang's floating cloud palm. It wasn't that he didn't see it. He also wanted to dodge, but his whole brain seemed to be frozen at that moment. He had clearly seen it with his eyes, and his mind was screaming that something was wrong, but his body couldn't react in time to dodge. The man let out a mournful wail as he flew sideways and crashed into the notice board next to the city gate. His legs gave way and he died without any hesitation. The pupils of the martial emperor of the 10 Directions, who was sitting calmly on the fishing platform and watching the show, shrank slightly. What? You're already a martial artist? Chen Guang shook his wrist. The floating cloud palm, which seemed gentle but was actually fierce, was very compatible with his current masculine and domineering inner strength. That's right, and then? You specially came to find trouble with me, but you didn't inquire about the information clearly. You're very confident. As he spoke, Chen Guang thought to himself, if he decisively admitted defeat, should I consider letting him go? Seeing that he didn't deny it, the martial emperor of the 10 Directions was not afraid at all. He just sneered and said, "Good, very good. In just a year, you've been promoted from a martial disciple to a martial artist. In the entire first layer, you can probably be considered a rare peerless genius." Chen Guang gave him a thumbs up and said, "Good eyesight, thank you for your praise." Humph. Do you think I'm really praising you? Do you think that in the past 100 years, no other genius has appeared under the rule of my martial emperor of the 10 Directions? But why has no one been able to shake my position? Do you understand? It's because most of the so-called geniuses are like you. As soon as they have a little momentum, they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think they're invincible and don't know how to restrain themselves. And I, the martial emperor of the 10 Directions, love to strangle geniuses like you in the cradle. Go to hell. As soon as the martial emperor of the 10 Directions finished speaking, he suddenly took out a long sword from behind him and straightened his body to stab forward. Take my killing sword of the 10 Directions. I only need one sword to kill you. It was a familiar line again. His sword seemed ordinary, but in fact, it contained a strange murderous aura. It made the hair of the person who was targeted stand on end, and he had a feeling that he had no way to escape and would definitely die. Not only was Chen Guang not surprised, but he was also overjoyed. He thought that he would have to wait a long time to meet someone with a martial emperor level martial art next time. He didn't expect that the person would take the initiative to come to him. Good. He laughed and went up to meet the opponent's long sword. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting extremely quickly. Their figures intertwined, and their strength overflowed in all directions. Because the two of them were fighting so fast, the onlookers couldn't even see it clearly. They could only see two figures coming and going. Chen Guang felt that he might be at a disadvantage. His opponent was armed, but he was still barehanded. It wasn't that he didn't learn weapons and martial arts in the past year, but he didn't think much of them, and he didn't find a suitable weapon. The strength he could display with a weapon might not be as good as his bare hands. Old Man Bao hid in the distance, and he was frightened. He had a feeling that Chen Guang would be suppressed and killed by the martial emperor of the 10 Directions in the next moment. The other people hiding in various parts of the true martial Saint Emperor city, who were peeping, had the same thought as Old Man Bao. However, there was nothing to be sad about. This kind of thing was very common in the true martial land. Everyone was used to seeing life and death. Although it was a pity, after all, it was just a change of city lord. Unexpectedly, in less than a few breaths, Chen Guang and the martial emperor of the 10 Directions suddenly separated. Separated by more than 10 meters, the two of them looked at each other, but no one made a move. The winner had been decided? Who had won? The Holy Emperor's clothes were not torn. Could it be that the Holy Emperor had won? As soon as Old Man Bao thought of this, he immediately put this absurd idea out of his mind. How could it be so fast? Even if the Holy Emperor had won, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. His opponent was the martial emperor of the 10 Directions. While he was thinking about this, Chen Guang snapped his fingers in the distance, and the body of the martial emperor of the 10 Directions cracked. A booklet flew straight out of the martial emperor's chest, and Chen Guang happened to catch it. Chen Guang put the booklet in his sleeve. Old Man Bao stopped reading. Go back and drink. Baobo was stunned. This? What this? I said 17 pieces, so it's 17 pieces. If you're still angry, stay here and burn his body. Baobo was confused for a moment, and then he fell into ecstasy. The hatred hidden in the depths of his heart gradually surged to his head, and his eyes turned red in an instant. Old Man Bao screamed, and then he turned around and rushed to the body of the martial emperor of the 10 directions. You beast! Give my daughter back! As for the lackeys who had followed the martial emperor of the 10 directions to cheer or work as porters, they immediately dispersed. Most of them turned around and ran away, but a small number of them knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, Greetings, Holy Emperor! Chen Guang was too lazy to pay attention to these fence-sitters. It was useless to have these kind of lackeys. Without looking back, he waved his hand impatiently and said, Get out of here. Since Christmas, the news of the tragic death of the martial emperor of the 10 directions in the true martial Holy Emperor city had spread like wildfire in this area. There were all kinds of rumors and versions. I was also at the scene of the battle that day. I followed Lord 10 Directions to the Holy Emperor city to show the true martial Holy Emperor our strength. I didn't expect that this guy was a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Not only did he become a martial artist in a year, but he also easily slapped Lord 10 Directions into several pieces. It's terrifying. The true martial Holy Emperor just slapped the martial emperor of the 10 directions into powder. The Holy Emperor frowned and stared. At the same time, the sky changed color, the moon moved, sand and stones flew, and the martial emperor of the 10 directions exploded and died on the spot. Terrifying, how terrifying! All kinds of rumors were spread to the 10 directions area. For a moment, the other 8 city lords and the martial disciples who stayed in the 10 directions city were all frightened. Some people who were on good terms with the martial emperor of the 10 directions fled overnight. There were also some martial disciples who thought they were quick-witted and killed the martial emperor of the 10 directions family members to join him. Chen Guang didn't accept any of these fence-sitters who cheated on his former master's family members. He even chopped the box full of women and children's heads into 8 pieces. However, he didn't reject other martial disciples who were sensible. If you want to join my sect, we can talk about it. Hand over your martial arts. Hand over all the martial arts in the city you control, and I will spare your life. If you don't commit any more crimes from now on, I can guarantee your safety. In addition, Chen Guang also rejected the temptation of the 2 beautiful female city lords in the other 8 cities. I'm sorry, I don't like women. Oh yes, I don't like men either. After I had an epiphany, I wholeheartedly practice martial arts. I won't stop until I become a martial emperor. At the same time, Chen Guang's actions also caused his reputation to swiftly spread throughout the 10 cities. What a righteous, benevolent, and wise holy emperor. More importantly, he was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. Although the people of the true martial arts great land loved to fight, in the face of an absolute powerhouse that they couldn't defeat, there was only worship left in their minds. His good name spread far and wide, and it saved Chen Guang a lot of trouble. He didn't need to move. He just sat in his true martial Holy Emperor city and waited for people to send all kinds of martial arts to him. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. In these 3 years, Chen Guang obtained 6 perfect martial emperor level martial arts. They were all sent to him by the nearby city lords. However, these people didn't have the ability to understand them. These were high-end martial arts that were scattered outside. There were more than 100 other kinds of low-level martial arts. Chen Guang also learned all of them. However, his mind was too complicated, and the speed of his internal strength advancement didn't reach his expectations. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, he spent almost all his time on understanding martial arts. In particular, the 6 martial emperor level martial arts consumed a lot of his energy. As a result, he couldn't advance from a martial artist to a chivalrous person in 3 years. If everything went smoothly like this, it would take about 2 or 3 years for him to become a chivalrous person and advance to the peak of muscle strength. However, on this day, 3 uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the city. Chapter 908. I've long heard of Saint Emperor Zhenwu's fame. Now that I've seen you today, you really live up to your reputation. I've heard so much about you. An old woman in black with a cane stood in the hall of the city lord's mansion. She cupped her hands at Chen Guang with a hoarse voice. A thin middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stood next to her. He cupped his sword and said to Chen Guang, "I'm Feng Bumian, commander of the Imperial Wind Army. Nice to meet you, Saint Emperor Zhenwu." The other person, who looked young and had glowing skin, but had a head full of white hair, simply cupped his hands as a greeting. Sitting on the city lord's seat, Chen Guang looked at the three of them with interest. At the same time, he was pondering if he should get them to stay. He had originally planned to be a bandit in the land of Zhenwu, but he had unknowingly become a famous moral model. How embarrassing. These three people were all martial artists and were of the same level as him. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple for no reason. There was no need for them to come to his territory. They should know that there were no truly good people in this world. A good person would become a good man 20 years later. Everyone, if you have something to say, just say it. Since you are also martial artists, you must know that time is precious. Let's not beat around the bush. Chen Guang didn't want to waste time with these people, so he got straight to the point. The old woman with the cane raised her eyebrows. Saint Emperor Zhenwu is a straightforward person. Snorting through his nose, Chen Guang replied, "Naturally. I've always pursued efficiency." Feng Bumian looked around, and he looked like he wanted to say something but was hesitant. Chen Guang understood. He turned to Old Bao and said, "Old Bao, tell the others to leave." Compared to the first year of the Saint Emperor's first year, although only 3 years had passed, Old Bao had aged a lot. It was as if he had killed 10 martial emperors, but the knot in his heart hadn't brought him back to his youth. Instead, because he had no more worries, he had aged a lot. Old Man Bao signaled the leader of the guards in the hall with his eyes, and the group of guards and civil officials all retreated. Seeing that Old Bao was about to leave, Chen Guang called out to him again, "Old Bao, don't run around. Find a place to sit. Look at how you're staggering. I told you not to come here." Although Chen Guang's mind was sealed in the world in a cup, and he couldn't be easily affected by other people, he still couldn't help but feel sad when he saw Old Bao getting cut by time. The land of true martial wasn't like the sea of moments where one could retain their previous life's memories after reaching a certain level of strength. Once Old Man Bao died, no one knew where his soul would end up in the first layer. It would be extremely difficult to find him again. Although Feng Bumian still had some objections, seeing Chen Guang's insistence, he said helplessly, "Rumor has it that the Zhenwu Saint Emperor is obsessed with martial arts, and is obsessed with collecting all the martial arts in the world. Is that true?" Chen Guang nodded and said without hesitation, "Of course. I am also interested in the martial arts that you three practice. Looking at your aura, even if it isn't a martial monarch level technique, it should be at least a martial king level technique, right?" The three's expressions changed slightly. Feng Bumian said awkwardly, "You sure know how to joke. All right, let's make it short." Chen Guang waved his hand once more. He was trying his best to appear arrogant. If he managed to infuriate the three of them, they might make a move against him. At that time, he would be able to rob them. The old woman with the cane stepped forward and said, "It's like this. A few days ago, we found a valley in the Wuxia city, which is the city under the control of Commander Yufeng." What's so special about a valley? Chen Guang was already complaining in his heart. It had appeared. A familiar plot. I was invited to form a party to clear a dungeon, an adventure to find treasures. I regret it so much. If I had known this would happen, I would have read more novels with more bizarre plots and depth. I shouldn't have been so obsessed with the fantasy novels. This is so embarrassing. Feng Bumian smiled. You can't say that. That valley used to be a dry river. It was not formed by the mountains, but by the flow of the river. However, for some reason, the river changed its course, and the water stopped working. That place has been abandoned ever since. Chen Guang's interest was instantly piqued. The importance of a river in the land of Zhenwu was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the oil and minerals on Earth. In his 10 cities area, not to mention a river, There was not even a small ditch. The wells were dug hundreds of meters underground, and only then could they barely pour out enough water for daily use. He unconsciously leaned forward a little. Oh, that's interesting. Feng Bumian saw that his interest was piqued, and he was secretly delighted. His expression did not change. That's right. More importantly, I found a cave left behind by a sage in that valley. I believe it was a place where a martial lord lived. The old woman with the cane said, That's right. The three of us went in to investigate, but we were stopped outside by the seal left by this senior. The elder with the child's face finally spoke. Therefore, we wish to invite the true martial Saint Emperor to go with us. With the four of us, we should be able to break through the seal. Feng Bumian continued, The true martial Saint Emperor may be young, but to be able to cultivate to this level within a year, you can be considered the most powerful person in this area. The martial lord senior may be powerful, but he has been around for a long time. The energy he left behind has mostly dissipated. With your help, breaking through the cave is almost certain. Chen Guang wanted to fall to the ground. He was tricked. He was completely tricked. I won't go. I can't go. I can't embarrass myself like this. But he still went. The reason was simple. Before coming here, the three of them had prepared many benefits for him. Aside from the martial arts that the three of them possessed, they had also started preparing for it half a year ago. They had prepared over 1,000 martial arts manuals that they could find in their respective cities, and placed them before Chen Guang. Though Chen Guang could choose to kill the three of them, and rob them of their secret manuals, he thought that there should be some perfect martial arts of the martial monarch level in the cave of the martial Saint Emperor. There were more than 400,000 martial arts of the martial monarch level in the land of Jinwu. Except for the special ones like Tong Yan's young boy magical method, the other martial arts manuals were not treasured by many people. However, the world was too big, and it was not easy to find them. In the last 3 years, millions of people in the 10 cities had searched all over the mountains. Some merchants who liked to cater to Chen Guang went to places farther away to buy the martial arts manuals that Chen Guang needed at a high price. But the results were minimal. Most of the martial arts manuals they could find were of low quality. As such, he packed up his belongings and told the people in Jinwu Saint Emperor City to keep a low profile. He was going on a long journey. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since Chen Guang entered the true martial Saint Emperor City and killed the 10 martial monarchs to become the overlord of the 10 cities, the weather in this region had been good for the next few years. Rain, which was rare to see in a few years, actually happened once a month. Some people said it was because the Saint Emperor was wise and lucky. Some people said it was the rumored auspicious sign. Wherever the auspicious sign was, the auspicious sign would be there. All in all, the weather in the 10 cities was favorable, and all the households had enough food to eat, and their bodies would be better. Even more martial arts disciples were born. The commerce in the 10 cities gradually developed, and the merchants naturally had work to do. Even Old Man Bao's nephew started to work as a merchant under Chen Guang's encouragement. Old Man Bao did not allow it at first, but Chen Guang told him, If you don't help your own family, who will you help? You are my housekeeper, but I have nothing to give you. Don't think that you have this status now. When you die, what will you leave behind? You might as well help your family. Maybe in the future, when your nephew's business gets big, he can find you after you are reborn. Old Man Bao's nephew did not disappoint. He was known as a red-headed merchant with the special permission of the Saint Emperor, and he did well. Chen Guang had obtained 6 martial emperor-level techniques, and one of them was bought at a high price in a big city thousands of miles away. Chen Guang and the other 3 sat on the tall Fergana horses and galloped all the way. These horses were also special. They were at least twice as strong as the common horses on Earth. Their speed was astonishing, and they could easily travel thousands of miles in a day. Not only would people be nourished by the yin and yang qi, but animals would also benefit. Mr. Chen, the old man has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. As the horses galloped, the white-haired old man suddenly said, After a day, everyone became more familiar with each other. Chen Guang was always called Saint Emperor by the Saint Emperor, which made him feel uncomfortable. However, he could not make them call him Sir like his subordinates in the Saint Emperor city, so he just let them call him Mr. Chen. Please speak. The old man knows that Mr. Chen is obsessed with martial arts, but a martial emperor-level expert once said that it is better to have less than more, and that it is better to be good at it. Although you have great ambitions, you should still act according to your capabilities. Chen Guang did not refute him. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I will remember it. Seeing that he was feigning civility, the white-haired old man smiled and did not say anything else. Feng Bumian, on the other hand, laughed. Since Mr. Chen can easily kill 10 martial emperors, you must be stronger than the 3 of us. Of course, you have your own opinion. That's true. I spoke too much. The old man nodded and did not say anything else. 3 days later, the 4 arrived at their destination. This was indeed a good place with green grass. Although the river had dried up for who knew how many years, the soil in this valley was much more fertile than in other places. The vegetation was flourishing, and the sounds of birds and beasts could be faintly heard from the valley from time to time. There were many soldiers patrolling the valley entrance. They were Feng Bumian's men. Chen Guang teased. Brother Feng, you are very careful. Feng Bumian smiled. This place used to be a place where the martial artists who ruled over this area often went into seclusion. After I became the leader of this area, I often came here to meditate. However, a few days ago, I only planned to build a stone house for myself. I didn't expect to find such a good place underground. Of course, I have to keep a close eye on it. The valley was very deep, and the road was rugged. It was difficult for the horses to travel. The 4 of them got off their horses and ran on foot. Their speed was not much slower than a 1,000-mile horse. After running for half a day, the 4 of them finally reached the deepest part of the valley. Chen Guang raised his head and looked around. He noticed that this was a lake in the shape of a bull's horn. The senior martial lord sure knew how to pick a good place. Everyone, the entrance to the cave is here. A human-made pit that was tens of meters deep appeared in front of the 4 of them. Looking down, they could vaguely see a stone door at the bottom of the pit. There were at least 100 corpses scattered around the pit. The blood was fresh, and it seemed that they had died not long ago. Seeing that Chen Guang was looking at the corpses, Feng Bumian said casually, "These are the people we sent to die when we tried to break the seal. Sorry for the embarrassment." Chapter 909. Ridicule? Chen Guang was momentarily dazed. Was this as simple as ridicule? You sent more than 100 people to their deaths. And in your eyes, it was ridicule? Chen Guang turned around to study the pile of bodies that were tossed out like garbage. Seeing that he was still bothered by this, Feng Bumian laughed. I did not expect Brother Chen to have such a kind heart. Chen Guang pointed at one of the bodies and said, Brother Feng, this young man's face. He did not finish his sentence, but the young man's appearance was 50 to 60% similar to Feng Bumian's. Feng Bumian waved his hand nonchalantly. This is my 37th son. He has been training in the labor camp. I did not expect him to become anything special, but it is a pity that he died here. Chen Guang was shocked. When Feng Bumian said this, his tone was extremely calm, and it did not seem like he was faking it. He really did not care. The one who died was his son, but in his eyes, it was as if Chen Guang had seen a dead grasshopper on the street. Yes, that's right. It couldn't even compare to sparrows or other small animals. It couldn't even cause any waves. Was this the normal state of the people in this world? Chen Guang thought about it carefully, and it did seem to be the case. For years ago, when he was in Zhenwu Saint Emperor City, other than Old Bao, no one else seemed to care about their family. The reason why Old Bao was different was probably because he had lost 17 daughters in one day. The people of Zhenwu land were the same as the people of the Sea of Time. Their souls were probably incomplete, and they lacked something compared to the people of Earth. Alright, since we are here, should we go down now, or should we discuss this further? Chen Guang gathered his thoughts and waved his hand. The old woman walked at the very front and jumped into the deep hole. That's right. For this matter, we've already spent more or less half a year. It's time to settle things and see what this senior martial lord has left for us. Although she had a hunched back, her movements when she jumped down were very nimble. Feng Bumian and the elder followed closely behind. Chen Guang followed closely behind. The four of them walked to the front of the stone door. Chen Guang didn't say anything and waited for the other three to make their move. Feng Bumian turned back to look at Chen Guang. Brother Chen, later, the four of us will attack the stone door together. Don't worry, just give it your all. The old woman with the walking stick also said. Previously, the three of us worked together and expended a lot of effort to blast open the stone door. Now that Brother Chen is with us, it should be much easier. There is something strange about this stone door. With the strength of us martial artists, we are unable to break it. We can only break it open for a short period of time, and then it will quickly close. Then how do we get out? Chen Guang was concerned about this problem. He did not want to be trapped inside. There is a mechanism inside that can be opened from the inside to the outside. Coming out should be easy, the child-faced old man explained. Chen Guang nodded. All right. Seeing that Chen Guang had no other opinions, Feng Bumian turned back to look at the stone door. His expression gradually turned serious. Then shall we start now? Everyone remember not to hold back. We must give it our all. If we can't blast it open, we will suffer the backlash. Chen Guang agreed quickly, but in his heart he did not agree. I really don't dare to use my full strength. I don't want to scare you guys. However, his advantage was his physical body. In terms of internal energy, even though he was only 2 to 3 years away from becoming a martial artist, he might not be as good as the other three, who had been in the martial world for many years. Actually, these people were quite pitiful. They had been stuck in the martial world for so many years, and still could not improve. Everyone in the true martial land wanted to become stronger. However, every martial artist with potential wanted to become stronger. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Who wouldn't want to climb higher and higher, in order to experience the denser yin-yang qi in the higher realms? For example, if a martial artist forced himself to the limit of his body's endurance, even if he was just a slave in the 5th layer of the martial lord's territory, as long as he did not die, the speed of his cultivation would be much faster than staying in the 1st layer. Unfortunately, everyone's talent and bone structure were different. Naturally, the upper limit was also different. The cruel pyramid was not only reflected in the density of yin-yang qi. In the case of every native of Jinwu, the inherent difference in talent and bone structure determined everyone's upper limit. For people like Chen Guang, after he obtained internal energy, he could ride on the clouds and rise to the top. However, people like Feng Bumian and the 10 Directions martial emperors could only be stuck in the martial world, unable to improve. Martial artists who were willing to stay in the 1st level to become city masters or feudal lords and act as experts among the dwarves might have either lost their sharpness in their bones, or they had gone to a higher level and been oppressed by others to the point of living in a constant state of panic, only to return in a pitiful state. The truly talented martial artists had already left this place to go to a higher layer. Feng Bumian and the rest had their eyes on this martial lord's abode. They were probably hoping to find some kind of treasure that could improve their bone structure, so that they could break through the martial world and become a martial artist in their lifetime. 3, 2, 1. After a short period of gathering energy, the four of them did not take out their weapons. Instead, they pushed their palms forward, for waves of energy rushed out of their palms and hit the stone door. Of the 4 waves of energy, the old man's was the thickest, followed by Feng Bumian's, the old woman's, and Chen Guang's looked the weakest. A loud sound came from the stone door. It was like a morning bell or evening drum. Then it rumbled and a small gap appeared. The door is open. Everyone quick. Feng Bumian was the first to rush in. His movement was very fast. Chen Guang, who was the last, had just entered when the stone door slammed shut with a bang. The loud vibration caused the 4 to stumble. As far as the eye could see, this place was not some magnificent paradise. As far as the eye could see, It was just a deep stone room. The stone walls of the cave were inlaid with luminous stones that were either natural or man-made, illuminating the stone room in a hazy manner. There seemed to be the sound of water coming from afar, and there was a light breeze blowing on their faces. This meant that this seemingly enclosed abode had a way to communicate with the outside world. This abode should have been built under the sand continent. I wonder what kind of scary enemy the senior has offended. Even in our first layer, he has to be so careful. Feng Bumian explained as he walked deeper into the cave. The four groped their way forward for about 50 meters before Feng Bumian stopped. He pointed at the rippling surface of the water and said, "The thing that stopped the three of us here is this small underground lake." Chen Guang pretended to be naive. "Can't we just swim over there?" "No, that's what I did in the beginning, but I almost lost my life. There are traps hidden under this small lake. If we go into the water, they will come at us from the water. They are silent but powerful. That senior martial lord might not be the most powerful, but his skill in the art of traps is quite scary. If we fly through the air, there will be sharp blades and other traps. The three of us didn't know the depth of the lake, and we suffered a great loss here." Feng Bumian said with lingering fear. Chen Guang was confused. "Then it doesn't seem like I'll be of much help, does it?" "No, since that senior martial lord left this lake behind, he has to go through it himself, right? Therefore, he left behind some traps, and he seems to have prepared some tests for those who come after us. It's over there. Once the mechanism is activated, a Tin Woodman will jump out. It's invulnerable to weapons, water and fire. With our strength, we can only barely defend ourselves against the Tin Woodman's attacks. However, we won't be able to destroy it. This time, with Brother Chen around, we'll have a chance of winning. In my opinion, if we can destroy this Tin Man, we might be able to find a way." Chen Guang nodded. "I see." The four did not waste any more time. Feng Bumian stepped forward to activate the trap, and then he retreated like lightning. He yelled, "Everyone be careful. It's coming out." Before he finished speaking, a tall black shadow appeared behind him. Feng Bumian heard the cold wind behind him, and quickly leaped forward. The next moment, a loud boom came from where he was standing. A muscular figure about 10 feet tall stood where he was. His right foot stepped on the ground, and thick smoke billowed out from where his right foot touched the ground. "Let's go!" The white-haired, child-faced old man took out the iron whip from his waist, and took the lead to pounce forward. The old woman with the cane also waved the iron staff in her hand, and leaped forward. Feng Bumian pulled out his sword with a clang. Using the starry steps, he walked in circles on the ground to approach the Tin Man. Chen Guang originally planned to observe for a while longer before deciding what to do next, but the three were already in front of him. He did not want to take advantage of the situation, so he also took out his handy weapon from his back and ran forward. As he ran, he shook off the white cloth that was wrapped around his handy weapon, revealing the true appearance of the weapon. This caused Feng Bumian and the other two to almost trip. He really could not think of a suitable weapon for himself. Even though he had learned many martial arts, and there were weapons among them, he felt that they did not match his aura. Therefore, he came up with a random idea. First, this thing had to be heavy and heavy enough, or else he would not be able to fully utilize the advantage of his perfect physical body. Secondly, it had to not be easily damaged. This world was full of experts, and even though the art of forging was quite advanced, unless he found a legendary blacksmith, it would be difficult to forge a weapon that could accompany him all the way to martial monarch. Lastly, it had to be powerful, and when it hit someone, it had to be powerful. Therefore, I chose the mace. There was no need to explain how useful it was. It was simple and brutal, and it had full damage. Brother Chen, I really did not expect someone as handsome and elegant as you to be using such a powerful weapon. Feng Bumian could not help but tease as he hacked at the Tin Man's body. With a chuckle, Chen Guang dodged the tin humanoid's slap and smashed his club against the latter's wrist. It can't be considered heroic, but it's fine as long as it's useful. The old woman with the cane also teased. When I saw you carrying it on your back, I thought it was a broadsword or a mace. You gave me quite a fright. Brother Chen's weapon has a small handle and a large head, and it has sharp spikes on it. When you swing it, it's very powerful. The white-haired elder said as he lashed the mace on the Tin Man's body, causing sparks to fly. At the moment, even though the Tin Man was running around, due to its lack of agility, all his attacks missed. However, even though the attacks from the four looked scary, they were not effective. Even the spikes on Chen Guang's mace had been broken, but the Tin Man still looked very lively. Brother Feng, it seems like one more person won't make any difference. Chen Guang could not help but say. Chapter 9:10. Feng Bumian shook his head. That might not be the case. If the four of us work together and look out for each other, we should be able to find its weakness. Chen Guang did not say anything else, and continued to focus on dealing with the Tin Man. Actually, with his power, if he unleashed his full power, he might be able to cause damage to this thing in a short period of time, but that was no longer a power that a fighter could use. Against these three, he had to hold back. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 hours had passed. Of the four, 3 were exhausted, but Chen Guang pretended to be exhausted. Even though the Tin Man looked like he was in a bad shape, the group's attacks only made its armor shine brighter. At most, it only gained a few scratches. Are we really going to return empty-handed again? Feng Bumian's voice was filled with unwillingness. That might not be the case, Chen Guang said. What's wrong? Feng Bumian rolled on the ground like a donkey and barely dodged the Tin Woodman's giant foot. Chen Guang took the opportunity to hit the Tin Man's wrist. He had been hitting the same joint with the mace for so long, and it finally showed its effect. With a crack, the Tin Man's right forearm was broken. The other 3 were overjoyed, and they charged forward with renewed morale. The Tin Man had lost an arm, and it did not just lose the power of one arm. The balance of its entire body seemed to have lost its balance, and its combat ability was greatly reduced. Another hour passed, and the 4 of them were drenched in sweat and exhausted. The Tin Woodman's limbs were finally broken by Chen Guang's mace, and it fell to the ground motionless. Feng Bumian walked forward and lifted the cover on the Tin Man's chest. He took out a piece of silk and laughed. It's done. This is the route. As long as we follow this route, we won't trigger any traps. Chen Guang slumped to the ground and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The mace in his hand had also become crooked. Its entire surface was red and hot from being struck and rubbed. As for those meticulously made spikes, they were long gone, leaving only a smooth stick. The white-haired old man and the old woman with the cane also revealed looks of joy. But strangely, the 2 of them didn't say anything. Brother Chen is a little exhausted. When Brother Chen recovers a little, we'll go in together. Feng Bumian shoved the silk into his pocket and walked toward Chen Guang. Although the other 2 were exhausted, they also got up and walked over. Seeing this, Chen Guang already knew what was going to happen next, but he just pretended to be a harmless little rabbit. All right, I'm so tired. After saying that, he threw away the mace on purpose and stretched himself. Since you're tired, take a good rest. Feng Bumian continued to approach, and a smile bloomed on his face. Chen Guang nodded. That's right, it's time to rest. Suddenly, the sword in Feng Bumian's hand stabbed toward Chen Guang's chest like a venomous snake. The speed was no slower than when he was fighting the Tin Man. In fact, it seemed to be even faster. It was unclear whether he was holding back earlier, or he was using some kind of technique to unleash his full potential. On the other side, the old woman with the cane also let out a scream. Her cane broke into 2, and inside it was a small sword. She held it and stabbed it toward Chen Guang's head. From her voice, she had been pretending to be an old woman, but she was at most a woman in her 30s or 40s. The white-haired old man lashed out with his long whip, and it whipped up a cloud of dust on the ground toward Chen Guang's lower body. Chen Guang pretended that he was no match for them. He rolled backward and barely dodged the attack from the 3. He curled up in the corner and yelled angrily. What are you doing? Do you really not understand, or are you just pretending not to? The 3 of us have spent a lot of effort to figure out the mechanism of this cave, and we've barely escaped death several times. You want to take a share of the loot? You're too naive. Feng Bumian laughed coldly, and his face was full of evil. That's right. The three of us are good friends with Shifeng. Killing you today will be revenge for him, the old woman with the cane said as she pulled at her face, and the makeup that she had put on fell off. She was indeed a beautiful woman. She must have heard that Chen Guang was afraid of women, and was afraid that he would not agree to come. So she purposely pretended to be old. Chen Guang was shocked. You, how could you do this? This is too despicable. If not for me today, you wouldn't have been able to destroy the Tin Man with your skills. How could you burn the bridge after crossing it? Ha ha ha. I've long heard that you are kind and innocent. You really do live up to your reputation. Alright, just accept your death. Stop struggling and waste time. You are no match for the three of us. The old man with white hair and a child's face grinned and charged forward again. No matter how one looked at it, Chen Guang was no match for the three of them working together. But he was wrong. Before he finished, his body suddenly shook violently, and he flew backward. Blood splattered from his back. It was a stone that had pierced through his chest. You. The old man collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Chen Guang's stone had pierced through his body and shattered his internal organs. Chen Guang put away the frightened expression on his face and patted away the dirt on his body. Fine, I was going to spare your lives, but since you're asking for it, don't blame me for being merciless. How is that possible? Feng Bumian retreated and turned to run. Chen Guang's body flashed. He stomped on the ground with the tip of his foot and dashed forward with a speed that was twice as fast as before. In an instant he was behind Feng Bumian. You must not have heard what I said to my servants. It is not too late for me to tell you now. I, the Zhenwu Saint Emperor, Chen Guang, am invincible among those 3 levels above me. The 3 of you are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Go to hell. His hand rose and his fist fell. Feng Bumian turned around and swung his sword. Chen Guang did not pull back his fist that was aimed at Feng Bumian's chest. Instead, he reached out with his left hand and grabbed the sword. At the same time, his right fist landed squarely on Feng Bumian's chest. You don't know this, but I'm actually best at fighting with my hands. Feng Bumian fell backward. Blood spurted from his mouth like a fountain. 3 years ago, when Chen Guang had just broken through to the martial realm, he could already kill 10 martial emperors with ease. Now that 3 years had passed, his cultivation had improved a lot. Coupled with his perfect physical body, it was not too easy for him to deal with a martial emperor of the same level. However, Chen Guang felt a chill on his back. The lady who looked like she was frozen in shock had appeared behind him like a ghost. The silver dagger in her hand had pierced through Chen Guang's back and stabbed into his abdomen. Chen Guang's expression did not change as he turned around and punched. The lady dropped her dagger and retreated. Chen Guang raised his hand and activated his earth explosion ability. A green bean-sized ball appeared on his fingertip. Chen Guang used his finger flick ability and his dart skills. The ball flew straight at the lady's eye. She screamed in pain and retreated while holding her right eye. Blood spurted out from between her fingers. She begged, "Don't. I'm begging you. I'm sorry. You see me as a soft-hearted person. That's just a facade I put on for the people outside." Chen Guang slapped the lady's forehead, and she stopped breathing. In an instant, he had killed 3 people in a row. Then he pulled out the beautiful woman's small sword from his back and muttered to himself with an expressionless face. As the only player in the land of true martial, I'm not that kind to every NPC, okay? Actually, he had already seen through their tricks from the very beginning. The wound that the lady's dagger left on his body looked scary, but it was not enough to kill him immediately. With the earth explosion ability activated, it would not take long for him to recover, so there was no need to worry about it. He took out the silk from Feng Bumian's pocket and memorized the route. Then Chen Guang walked on the waves. This martial monarch's cave truly did not disappoint him. He actually found 3 martial emperor level martial techniques inside, as well as many other martial techniques of various levels. Chen Guang collected them all. As for the so-called natural treasures in the abode, he was not interested. They were things that others cared about to improve their bone structure. For someone like him who had maxed out his bone structure, they were meaningless. However, Chen Guang carried them on his back. He had no use for them, but they were useful to his subordinates. If the three followed him into the abode, he would not want any of the things that they cared about. All he cared about was the martial arts. What was truly useful to him was still the underground lake outside. The river had dried up a long time ago. It was as if the lake was the only trace left behind by the vast river. The yin and yang energy in the lake was very dense. It was at least as dense as the fifth level of the martial lord's rule. It was about 50 times denser than on Earth. Following the directions on the silk, Chen Guang stepped on the lake and looked down. From the bottom, a stone platform appeared. Chen Guang sat cross-legged in the depression in front of the stone platform. The lower half of his body was submerged in the water. The natural treasures around him were treated as food. He began to meditate. Ever since he came to the Zhenwu University, he had spent most of his time studying different martial arts. This was the first time he was so focused on circulating the inner force in his body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The yin and yang energy in the lake had been depleted by half. He felt a crisp sound inside his body. His power had officially broken through the limit of a martial artist. He had become a hero. The concentration of yin and yang energy in the lake was no different from the outside world. There was no point in staying here any longer. Chen Guang stood up and left. When he passed by the bodies of Feng Bumian and the other two, Chen Guang felt sorry for them. Feng Bumian's subordinates saw that he was the only one who came out, so they surrounded him. One of the leaders stepped forward and asked, "Where is Commander Yufeng?" Waving his hand, Chen Guang casually replied, "He's dead." "The three of them are all dead." "What? How did they die? Weren't they fine the last few times? Speak. Did you plot against them?" The commander was enraged. Spreading his hands out, Chen Guang replied, "It can't be considered a sneak attack. I just killed the three of them without much effort." "Why? You guys want to take revenge for your master?" Chen Guang stretched his neck to count. There were about 100 of Feng Bumian's soldiers. He mumbled to himself, "Killing so many people at once is a disgrace to my good name. But I can't just stretch my neck and wait for others to kill me, right? The world will understand my difficulties in the future. So should I do it now?" Unexpectedly, the angry soldier knelt on the ground the next second. "Greetings, Zhenwu Saint Emperor." Damn, they were all like this. Chen Guang waved his hand impatiently and walked away without turning back. He said coldly, "Send the order. Send the martial arts in Feng Bumian and the other two's territories to Zhenwu Saint Emperor City, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will hunt you down endlessly." Chapter 9-11. In less than a month after he returned to Zhenwu Saint Emperor City, the people in Feng Bumian and the other two's territories presented their martial arts to him and swore their loyalty. Chen Guang did not need their loyalty. Their loyalty was not trustworthy. However, Chen Guang did not care. The other lords either wanted to collect the natural treasures produced in the area, or they wanted to take over the resources and trade with others. Their goal was to obtain natural treasures that could improve their bones. Or they did it for women, or they were obsessed with power. If it was for the cultivation of martial arts, there was an inexhaustible supply of yin and yang qi in this world. Or if it was for the peerless secret manual, it was difficult to find a martial emperor's secret manual, but as long as one could become a martial disciple, they could become a lord of a city. At the very least, they could seek refuge with a martial artist. Martial emperor's secret manual was not hard to find. Perhaps the virgin divine skill that had dragged Chen Guang into the pit was a little special. Therefore, the benefits of ruling a territory were not important to Chen Guang. All he needed was a variety of martial arts, the more the better. With his current strength, he had already surpassed the limit of the first level. He should have left for the second level immediately. Even if he stayed in the second level, he would not be able to meet any worthy opponents. In the entire true martial land, if a person became a hero but didn't go to the second layer, and instead stubbornly stayed in the first layer, he would be despised by the people. On the other hand, he would be hunted down by a mysterious organization. So on and so forth. After becoming a hero, one had to go to the third level. No one knew who had founded this mysterious organization, and no one knew the upper limit of its strength. However, it was rumored that there were once 5 tyrannical martial emperors in the 8th floor. They had acted in an unbridled and arrogant manner. They had wantonly abused the weak. What was even more shameful was that these martial emperors had joined forces. They had proclaimed that they were unafraid of anyone in the true martial land. However, in the end, only one martial emperor from the mysterious organization came to fight these 5 heartless martial emperors alone. That battle changed the color of the 8th level. The mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the rivers stopped flowing. In the end, the 5 martial emperors died on the spot, and the mysterious martial emperor left. Even now, the wreckage of the battlefield left behind by that tragic battle had not been erased, and a large city had even been rebuilt on the ruins. The 6 martial emperors frantically executed their methods. Not only did they make the yin and yang qi in that place thicker, they also left behind many traces of the profound meaning of martial arts. For example, the stones used to build the city walls might have once dripped with the blood of a martial emperor. The puddles and lakes outside the city might have been formed when a martial emperor was knocked to the ground. If martial artists stayed near the big city, their cultivation progress would be faster, and they would have the possibility of obtaining the treasures left behind by the predecessors at any time. That city was called One Emperor City, and it was one of the holy lands of the true martial continent's 8th layer. From this, one could see how powerful the mysterious organization was. However, ever since Chen Guang became a vigilante, he had not fought, so he did not break the rules of the true martial continent. No matter how powerful the mysterious organization was, no one knew that he was a vigilante other than himself, and they would not come looking for trouble with him. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. As the saying goes, sharpening one's axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. For the next 5 years, he stayed quietly in Saint Emperor City. He focused on studying the various martial arts that he had obtained from the Martial Lord's Cave and the territories of Feng Bumian and the other 2. At the same time, he slowly increased his power. Feng Bumian and the other 2 invited him to explore the cave. Although they had planned to kill him, they were worried that Chen Guang was too strong for them to fight. If Chen Guang had displayed a stronger inner strength than the white-haired old man, they might not have attacked him. Therefore, Chen Guang found a total of 14 martial emperor-level techniques from the pile of books left behind by the 3 of them. Also, because Chen Guang did not have any goals, and he never ordered people to plunder the resources in his territory, the 33 cities that had joined him developed very quickly. Agriculture and commerce were flourishing, and people lived in peace and contentment. However, he had no desires. The merchants who were grateful for his kindness could only collect all kinds of high-end martial arts books from afar. In 5 years, they had collected 10 martial emperor-level techniques and a few others. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since he came to the true martial continent. In these 10 years, he had truly mastered a total of 35 martial emperor-level martial arts, and hundreds of others of various ranks. As for his power, it did not improve much. He was still at the beginning of the martial hero level, which was equivalent to the peak of modern martial arts like muscle strength. However, from the martial hero level to the martial hero level, this seemed simple, but Chen Guang knew that it was a big threshold. In the land of the true martial arts, cultivating from the level of a swordsman to the level of a hero was equivalent to crossing the threshold of the muscle strength in the real world. This was a long and arduous process. In fact, sometimes Chen Guang felt sorry for the people of the true martial continent. They had such abundant yin and yang qi, and the power of their moves was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than in the real world. However, it was so difficult for them to improve their realm. In the real world, there was no need to talk about geniuses like Wen. However, geniuses who were 1 level lower such as Xianqin and Wu Miaowan, had reached the peak of bone strength before the age of 20. In the land of true martial arts, these geniuses were equivalent to revered martial artists. For the natives of this world, unless the upper-class residents were born with high-level inner strength, even if they were geniuses, they would need at least tens or even hundreds of years to climb their way to the rank of a martial honor after cultivating from the bottom. The Transcendence Holy Grail hadn't given him any explanation for this. However, Chen Guang personally felt that it might be because the laws of the true martial world weren't as complete as the real world. As a result, it was extremely difficult for martial practitioners to comprehend the realm of the martial Tao. It was just like how even a talented youth wouldn't be able to learn calculus at the age of 10 if he followed the rules and attended elementary school like an ordinary person. Take Chen Guang for example. He had been here for a whole 10 years. If he could improve at the same speed as in the real world, he would have reached the peak of bone strength by now, even if he did not meditate. His realm would not be lower than Xianqin's. In the past 10 years, Chen Guang had lived a comfortable life in the true martial Holy Emperor city. After killing Feng Bumian and the other two, although he did not provoke others, the title of the strongest martial artist still spread like wildfire in the first level. Under his rule, the 33 cities became more prosperous, and the people lived in peace. If it was not for the fact that he had to leave this world, Chen Guang would not have wanted to leave. However, all good things must come to an end in this world. Although people kept sending him all kinds of martial arts, the only thing he really needed was the void scripture of Taixien, which he had spent 5 years trying to understand. On this day, he put the void scripture of Taixien into his bag, packed a few things and planned to leave. "Sir, do you have to leave? Although I knew this day would come sooner or later, I thought you would have to attend my funeral before leaving." Old Bao looked much older than before. It was very strenuous for him to speak with trembling hands. Chen Guang looked at him helplessly. These years, Old Bao had gotten a lot of treasures to nourish his body. However, his talent was limited, and it came too late. In the end, there was nothing he could do. Chen Guang patted him on the shoulder with his broken hand. It is said that the most difficult thing in life is parting. The true martial Holy Land is vast and boundless. After you die, I don't know when and where I will see you in the future. Instead of being sad for no reason, it is better to be carefree and leave happily. As a child of the Jianghu, it is difficult to meet, and it is difficult to say goodbye. Everyone has their own path. Instead of being sad for no reason, it is better to move forward freely. In the long road of life, if you can remember some good friends, it is a blessing. But if it is too long and you forget each other, there is no need to care. This is also fate that once existed. Actually, Chen Guang felt that he had a way to find old Bao Bo again. It wasn't difficult. If he died once, he would have to start all over again. He would still be in the true martial sacred emperor city. "Sir, I can only live for about half a year. If you leave, our holy emperor city will be in danger. I am not doing this for myself. When I die, there is no need to care about the flood behind me. But now that the holy emperor city has such power, you are letting it go so easily." Old Bao cried. Chen Guang did not stay any longer. He walked out of the city lord's mansion. "Old Bao, in the true martial Holy Land, the so-called power is just an illusion. Only strength can last forever. In fact, I have already become a hero. I should have taken a step forward and reached a higher realm. Instead of being content with a corner, of course, it is much more interesting to roam the world. You do not need to worry about the prosperity of the Holy Emperor City, or even the 33 cities. Everyone has their own destiny. Anyway, won't you still be a hero after 20 years? What? Sir, you are already a hero? Old Bao did not know where he got the strength from, but he chased after him. When the people outside the city lord's mansion saw that Chen Guang was leaving, they also followed. Chen Guang's steps became faster and faster. His inner strength was bursting. He walked with an imposing manner, confident and heroic. Gradually, more and more people came out of the city. After the renovation, the spacious street was densely packed with people. They jogged all the way to follow Chen Guang. Chen Guang walked out of the city gate and looked back. In the huge true martial Holy Emperor city, hundreds of thousands of people were already kneeling along the 10 miles of street. Their holy emperor was going to pursue a higher martial path. Although everyone knew that this day would come sooner or later, when it really came, they could not help but feel emotional. In these 10 years, Chen Guang had brought them a very good life. However, everyone knew that ever since the Saint Emperor had made his debut, he had fought 3 times to establish himself as the strongest martial artist of the first layer. His peerless talent should not have been buried. He should have been a mighty eagle soaring through the sky. Even if the Holy Emperor City was the most majestic city in the first layer, and the 33 cities were also the most majestic country in the first layer, they were not worthy of his talent. Everyone, there is no need to feel emotional. Sooner or later, the name of Chen Guang, will shine like the sky. At that time, if any of you can keep up with my footsteps, sooner or later, we will meet again. Although the true martial Holy Emperor City is located in the lowest layer of the true martial land, and most of the people who grew up here are muggles without talent. As the saying goes, the sky is as high as your heart is high. Now, I will tell you that I called myself the true martial Holy Emperor, because I believed that I would become a real martial emperor sooner or later. Therefore, since you are my people, the foundation of my foothold on this land, I hope that you will not disgrace my name. In the future, I hope that when the people of the true martial Holy Emperor City reach the 2nd and 3rd layer, or even the 8th and 9th layer, you must remember that you used to be my people. After saying that, he flew up and whistled. The white jade iron hoof horse, which had followed Chen Guang for 3 years, galloped out of the dense forest outside the city. It was bought by Old Bao's nephew from the far west. He landed on the back of the horse and flew away like lightning. Chapter 9:12. At the same time, Chen Guang heard the notification of the heavenly Holy Grail. The Redeemer changed history and changed the world. Revival mode changed. Chen Guang observed the new resurrection method in his heart. He wouldn't go back in time after his resurrection, but he would reconstruct his body at a random location. However, Chen Guang didn't know if he should be happy or worried. He was happy that the 10 years he spent in the Saint Emperor City were not wasted. If he revived in the future, he wouldn't have to embarrass himself again. He was worried that after Old Bao and the others died, it would be extremely difficult to find them again. But he didn't worry for long. After staying in this world for so many years, he had seen too many deaths. Death was like a lamp going out. Adding oil to the fire, he was reborn again. He was much more carefree. In short, in this world life and death stood out. If you're not happy, fight. Chen Guang slapped the butt of the white jade iron hoof horse again. Hiya! From then on, the true martial Saint Emperor Chen Guang officially started his journey and announced his return. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 years had passed. In these hundreds of thousands of years, the name of the true martial sacred emperor had risen from being unheard of to being famous. As a genius, he charged into the 5th level of the martial saint realm when he just entered the chivalrous realm. When he first entered the 5th level, because he couldn't take it anymore, he killed a 2nd generation. He offended the 2nd generation's martial lord father and was hunted down by the martial lord. Then, with the chivalrous realm, he fought against 100 people 2 levels above him. There were even martial lords, several chivalrous heroes, and dozens of chivalrous heroes. But the final result was a fierce battle that lasted for 3 days. Everyone, including martial lords, died. According to the memories of the onlookers, the true martial Saint Emperor Chen Guang only had the chivalrous inner strength. However, he had a strange power. When he waved his mace, anyone who touched it would die, and anyone who blocked it would be injured. Even chivalrous heroes who were in a higher realm than him were the same. Only martial lords could barely block his attacks. This was still not the most terrifying part. It was as if he had an undying body. Even if the martial lord's sharp blade pierced through his chest and abdomen, he could still fight back while spraying blood, and even hit the martial lord's head with his club. Furthermore, Even though he only had a chivalrous cultivation base, he was simply a freak. He had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. Various kinds of inner strength and killing moves were used by his hands like butterflies flying through flowers. He used a clumsy mace as exquisitely as an embroidery needle, but sometimes it was as bold and unrestrained as a battering ram. After that battle, the true martial saint emperor's name shook the 5th level. After that he was chased again. It was the master of the martial lord, a martial saint who ruled over a country. However, he was not afraid, nor did he lower his head. He straightforwardly self-destructed in the air, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that scattered into the river of forgetfulness that was extremely dense with yin and yang energy. Everyone thought he was dead, but a year later he made a comeback. He used the chivalrous inner strength to challenge a venerable martial lord. In the end, the venerable martial lord was defeated. After that, he was chased by a few venerable martial lord's best friends. He escaped again and hid his name for 10 years. This time, he killed 7 venerable martial lords as a martial lord. Since then, he became the first martial lord to rule a country in the 5th level. He even revealed his name and called himself the true martial saint emperor. His arrogance was as famous as his strength in the 5th floor. 20 years later, as a venerable martial lord, he stepped into the 7th level, which was ruled by martial kings. He stole treasures from the Chilean Ghost King Mountain and killed the 3 kings of the Ghost region. He fought at the Wuxia Peak and defeated the 5 kings of the Central Plains. At the Heavenly Eye Lake, he killed 2 martial monarchs who had sneaked into the 7th level. With the martial king realm, he fought with a mysterious martial monarch who suspected his real strength for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, the martial monarch was sure that he only had the martial king realm's inner strength. He fled with severe injuries and wrote an apology letter to the world. After that, the true martial saint emperor went to the 8th level and killed 8 martial monarchs alone. He didn't tell the world the reason until he killed the last one. He was avenging the martial monarch who was betrayed and killed 500 years ago. 50 years later, when he stepped into the 9th level as a martial monarch, none of the martial monarchs dared to look down on him. The 9 great martial emperors even held a discussion that very night and took the initiative to cede a portion of the land. They handed over a portion of the 9th layer of land that was worth an inch of gold to him, becoming the first 10th sovereign region in 1,000 years. Even though he was polite to the 9 martial monarchs, he named his 10th sovereign realm the true martial saint emperor realm. At the beginning, when he was on the 1st level, people thought the title true martial saint emperor was just his ambition and thought it was an arrogant joke. When he was on the 5th level, people thought the title true martial saint emperor was arrogant and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When he built the true martial saint emperor realm on the 9th level, no one dared to laugh at him anymore. The people of the world finally understood that this number 1 genius, who had risen to prominence like a god, was really aiming for the martial saint realm that no one had ever touched. He put the saint realm before the emperor realm. He wanted to become a saint from the very beginning. Since then, the true martial saint emperor didn't become a martial monarch, but he wasn't weaker than a martial monarch. He even created a new level by force with his peerless heroism. People called him the quasi-emperor. 500 years after the quasi-emperor was born, he finally became a real martial monarch. According to the insiders, he almost didn't meditate in seclusion during these 500 years. Instead, he studied the martial arts in the world crazily without rest. Some people even calculated that he had learned at least 10,000 different martial monarch-level martial arts. In the lower levels of the true martial continent, a method called the Holy Emperor era gradually spread. This was because more and more experts from the 1st layer of the true martial Holy Emperor city rose to power. They were constantly breaking through to higher realms. Although these people came from the lower levels, they were all amazing talents. They were all domineering and unyielding. They were like a torrent that swept from the 1st level to the 9th level of the true martial saint emperor realm, spreading the glory of the true martial saint emperor to every inch of the true martial great land. In the 937th year of the Sage Emperor era, the beast tide appeared once every 10,000 years, and the invincible giant devouring beast was born. The mysterious organization appeared and led the heroes of the world to fight, but in the end, they were almost defeated. At the last moment, the true martial saint emperor appeared and fought the invincible giant devouring beast alone. He killed it completely, and jokingly called it a naughty earthworm. In the vast true martial land, no one dared to look down on his good name. The Sage Emperor era was recognized by the remaining 7 martial monarchs who survived the beast tide. They respected the true martial saint emperor as the strongest expert in 1,000,000 years. Since then, the true martial saint emperor cultivated at the peak of the mountain and did not care about the world. He only held a concert every 4 years to play a musical instrument that he had invented called the piano. Of course, sometimes he would do some other activities such as carving. His interest in martial arts was also relatively unconventional. Although he learned everything, he showed that he was particularly fond of darts and concealed weapons. Every 4 years, he would hold a darts competition at the foot of the highest peak. Anyone who could perform to his satisfaction in the darts competition would be rewarded handsomely. Of course, sometimes he was not so serious and liked to play with mechanisms. For example, he once tried to invent something called a car and held a racing competition. He claimed to be an experienced driver, but in the end, the car would mysteriously crash every time. He was jokingly called the Crash Emperor. He also tried to create something called an airplane that could glide. He even wanted to open a pilot academy. In the end, the airplane would crash every time just like a racing competition. Thus, he was given another title, Crash Emperor. However, what really caught the attention of the people of the true martial land were his other 2 titles, the Immortal Monarch and the Child God Emperor. He seemed to be favored by the heavens. At least every 2,000 years, he would regain his youth. He even became the first peerless martial monarch in 1,000,000 years to live past 9,000 years. He lived even longer than the Eternal Emperor, who specialized in health. Another thing was that he really didn't lust after women. In his long life of more than 100,000 years, even the most beautiful woman in the world could not move his heart. Almost everyone believed that he had eternal life. However, more people believed that he would become the first person in the history of the true martial land to surpass the martial monarch realm and become a martial saint. In the autumn of the 37,861 year of the Sage Emperor era, a piece of news that could shake the entire world arrived. The Sage Emperor was about to reach the peak. In a short period of time, countless experts who were qualified to enter the 9th floor flocked there. Billions of people gathered at the foot of the peak. Everyone looked up at the figure that was not very tall, but was incomparably imposing. He walked up the endless stairway of despair step by step. He went further and higher, and he was getting closer and closer to the peak. The terrifying waterfall of rain pounded on his shoulders. Any drop of water could easily shatter a martial monarch's body. However, he still walked forward with his head held high and his expression unchanged. The moment he set foot on the peak of the mountain, the never-ending waterfall rain suddenly stopped. The vast and boundless clouds in the sky parted, as if someone had split them in half. The 7-colored rays of light illuminated the entire land of Zhenwu. He turned around, but there was only an extremely serene smile on his face. He casually waved his hand and said, "Everyone, I'm leaving." After he finished speaking, his entire body gradually floated into the sky. It was as if he was wrapped in the rainbow-colored light as he soared into the sky. His figure disappeared without a trace. That's right, he had transcended and become a sage. Perhaps it could be said that when he became a sage, his strength also exceeded the limits of this world. He could no longer be contained by this world, so he broke through the void and left. In short, he had left a deep mark in the history of the true martial land. However, only Chen Guang himself knew that the so-called breaking through the void was a lie. He had merely completed the task of the world within a cup, and was sucked away by the space-time tunnel. This matter was quite depressing. Even if he had become a martial monarch, he would not have been able to break through the plain barrier of the true martial land. even if the barrier was created by the heavenly Holy Grail. This proved another situation. The novels that said that one could break through the void upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts were also lies, whether it was in the true martial land or in the real world. The plain barrier was extremely sturdy. It was simply a pipe dream to touch it by relying on martial arts, and without the ability to control divine power. Forget it, let's not think about these useless things. Chen Guang did not stay in Cloud City for long. He quickly left the world within a cup. He slowly opened his eyes and felt the crazy numbness on his right wrist. His right hand, which had been lost for hundreds of thousands of years, was rapidly regrowing like a sprout under the dumbfounded gazes of Wenwen, Ouying Tianxing, and the others. He had not stopped laughing. The inner strength in his body was surging crazily from the void. It was the same laughter, but when it reached everyone's ears, it was filled with a different kind of charm. He was still him. However, he was not quite the same. Chen Guang stared straight at Ouying Tianxing. The smile on his face became even wider. Damn it, I trained for hundreds of thousands of years just to teach you a lesson. Chapter 913. How did he feel at the moment? Using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill a mosquito was like using a dragon-slaying saber to kill a chicken. Thinking of the more than 100,000 years he had spent in the land of true martial arts, he couldn't bear to recall the past. He had often mocked himself for being a one-in-a-million dragon that couldn't enter the cave. If he had known that his words would come true, he wouldn't have cursed himself like this. Now the one-in-a-million dragon couldn't describe the coolness of the old man anymore. He had upgraded to a living dinosaur that was 130,000 years old. If the Holy Grail didn't have its own spiritual seal, Chen Guang believed that he would have been driven crazy in the land of true martial arts. He had almost lost control of himself many times, and wanted to do something even if he had to die for nothing. However, as soon as the thought occurred to him, the inner force of the young boy magic in his dantian became restless. Even though he used hundreds of thousands of other kinds of inner forces of the same state to suppress it, it didn't work. This made him realize more deeply the power of the unfortunate young boy magic, of the martial emperor. It was invincible, and its poison was so strong that it couldn't be stopped. Of course, Chen Guang would never know that he had actually been tricked by the deer fruit. The normal young boy magic didn't have such power, but the effect was different after the deer fruit, who was in the divine emperor realm, added some personal power to it. At this moment, Xianqin, who had been weeping bitterly in front of him, stopped crying. Instead, she looked at Chen Guang's palm that was very close to her with her almond-shaped eyes, and an incredulous expression. She opened her mouth wider and wider, and she almost couldn't help but scream. However, she recalled that Chen Guang had boasted to her, wondering if the sacred body of elements was really so powerful. How could it be so unreasonable? The regrowth of a broken limb was like the tail of a gecko. No, it was like the bamboo shoots after the rain. It was like cheating. But what made her feel even more terrified was the change in Chen Guang's aura. Other people who were further away might not be able to sense it clearly, but Xianqin, who was right in front of her, could clearly sense that there was a terrifying inner force that was as tyrannical as a prehistoric force rapidly growing from nothing in Chen Guang's abdomen. The slightest contact with this aura would cause one's mind to fall into a trance. Even people who were so familiar with each other would still have the urge to kneel on the ground. Xianqin didn't understand what was going on. She and Wu Miaowan were probably the people in the world who understood the progress of his cultivation the most. After all, Xianqin had been by his side throughout the entire process of his innate bone structure, an inner force growing from nothing to something. Before he came here, he was only at the beginner level of muscle strength. Even yesterday he was only at muscle strength. Although his terrifying strength allowed him to pose a threat to martial artists at the peak of bone strength like Wu Miaowan and himself, it could not hide the fact that his inner force was only at the tendon strength level. Well, what was going on? The others were further away, so they didn't feel it as strongly as Xianqin. However, The fact that his palm was growing rapidly in front of everyone's eyes was shocking enough. As the martial artist with the highest realm among them, one could clearly sense the change of inner force in Chen Guang's body. Her eyes widened as she thought she was dreaming. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. What's going on? Ouyang Tianxing put away the proud expression on his face and snapped back to reality. He looked at Chen Guang with a solemn expression. Chen Guang was about to say something to make himself look more imposing. Oh. He forgot something. When he was drinking water to act cool, he accidentally spat mud into his mouth. He didn't even have time to spit it out. Then, he was busy laughing and acting cool, so his mouth was still covered in mud. Tui. After spitting a few mouthfuls, his mouth felt better. After that, Chen Guang covered the sky-piercing Holy Grail with his newly grown right hand and hung the cup by his waist before wiping the mud off the corner of his lips. Ouyang Tianxing, take your own life. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you'll die a horrible death. Even if there were 10 or 100 of you, you wouldn't be a match for me. He wasn't joking. Although the yin and yang qi in the real world was much weaker compared to the land of Zhenwu, causing Chen Guang to only be able to unleash 1,000th of the power he had in the world in the cup, he had surpassed the great scholar realm. Coupled with the martial sage divine technique that he had created after combining more than 400,000 martial emperors' unique skills, and the painting scroll from the land of Zhenwu, as well as the innate stage earth explosion, it was too easy to kill him. Nonsense. Dream on. Ouyang Tianxing couldn't accept this cruel reality. You'll know soon enough whether I'm dreaming or not. Chen Guang patted Xan Qin's shoulder and put his hands in his pockets. He started to walk towards Ouyang Tianxing, circulating his internal energy as he walked. At the same time, Chen Guang complained to Lu Minghua in his heart. This is too illogical. When I read novels in the past, I didn't think that breaking through the void was difficult. Why is it impossible for me? Impatiently, Lu Minghua spat at him. Save it. Do you know how the heavenly Holy Grail creates the plane space? To create a plane, which is your world in the cup, the first thing you have to create is the barrier of the world in the cup. The barrier is the source of the entire plane. Just like your heavenly Holy Grail, if it doesn't have a wall, how are you going to store water? In order to resist the invasion of space-time turbulence, the cup world has to become a plane of its own. Even your most inferior spirit heavenly cup's barrier contains almost the complete laws of the plane. You want to break through the barrier with your mediocre skills? In other words, shatter the void. Dream on. Chen Guang didn't agree. What do you mean mediocre skills? Show some respect to the true martial holy emperor. The old man is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Lu Minghua. I really don't want to hurt you, but when I was in the endless divine realm, I would occasionally sleep in for more than hundreds of thousands of years. Also, your earth-paced exploder race innate talent can barely be considered as high level, but your martial sage inner strength is really not enough in the endless realm of the gods. Let's not talk about other things. Just in the real universe, just within the range of 15 billion light years that you humans can detect, there are so many energy behemoths that are beyond your imagination. You don't understand at all. These behemoths can smash your solar system when they stretch. The star fragments that they blow out when they sneeze can blow a hole in your Milky Way. The universe that you can't see beyond 15 billion light years is completely beyond your understanding. But even such a monster is unable to break through the barrier of your universe. Do you really think you can do it? Chen Guang didn't refute Lu Minghua's words. When the real world and the real world merged twice, and when he upgraded from heavenly Holy Grail to one-line sky, his consciousness had followed the power of the Holy Grail to an infinitely far place in the universe. In these 3 long yet short journeys, he saw and heard too many things, and the amount of information he received was too huge. Even until now, his brain still hadn't been able to digest all the information. But now that Lu Minghua mentioned it, he gradually recalled it. In a sense, what Lu Minghua said was completely true. The universe that was 15 billion light years away did indeed exist. He had indeed seen those behemoths that Lu Minghua mentioned before. But at that time, He didn't pay too much attention and only treated these energy behemoths as a galaxy. Now it seemed that he was wrong. But the truly powerful beings in the universe weren't just these energy behemoths. Chen Guang clearly remembered that he had a glimpse of a huge celestial body. Its size was even comparable to the solar system. Now that he thought about it, the size of this thing had already surpassed the largest star. It was simply illogical, but it was clearly a living behemoth. Just the thought of such a powerful existence that almost exceeded the limits of his thinking made him have goosebumps all over his body. Just in terms of energy reserves, even the true martial Saint Emperor in his best state in the world in the cup was still not a match for those behemoths. Forget it, don't bother about things that are too far away. Let's solve the small problem in front of us first. He thought to himself that after seeing the scenery at the peak and looking at the ants in front of him, he really couldn't muster up the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Just at this moment, Long Dingtian's voice came from behind him. Chen Guang, don't tell me you've been scared, silly? As Long Dingtian spoke, he casually extended his hand from behind and planned to strike Chen Guang's head with a palm. Since he was able to shatter all of Chen Guang's bones with a palm strike previously, he naturally felt that he could do the same now. But if he was careless this time and killed him, it wouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, his objective had been achieved. Once Mr. Ng killed Wenwen, the Shadow Alliance martial artists would be free to roam the world. There was no longer any meaning for Chen Guang to be a hostage. Unexpectedly, Chen Guang suddenly turned around and looked at him. Chief Long, you really deceived me. Long Dingtian chuckled as his palm got closer. There's nothing too deceitful in war. You can only blame yourself for being too stupid and naive. I don't know how your injuries recovered so quickly, but it doesn't matter. I will shatter your bones again. This time it's your skull. Chen Guang's expression didn't change. I said it before. No matter who your backer is, all of you have to die. But now our backer, Mr. Ng, is about to kill your sect patriarch one. As Long Dingtian spoke, he had already raised his palm. His fingers were getting closer and closer to Chen Guang's head. At this moment, Ouyang Tianxing didn't continue to pursue Wenwen, or Wu Miaowan and Taoist Song Song. In his eyes, everyone here was already a dead man. It didn't matter if he was anxious or not. What made him hesitate was the indistinct uneasy feeling that was coming from Chen Guang's body. Ouyang Tianxing didn't know where this feeling came from. He felt that it was inexplicable and without any reason, but he couldn't get rid of it. In the next instant, he knew where his worries came from. Chapter 914. Chen Guang suddenly moved. No, he didn't seem to move again. It was unknown if his movement was too fast, and he didn't see it clearly, or if he was just casually circulating his inner force. In any case, Long Dingtian flew out without any warning. As he flew backwards in midair, his body started to crumble and disintegrate. Golden Flower Granny let out a shrill scream. Old Long, Golden Flower Granny, then charged towards Chen Guang with her teeth bared. But it was useless. Chen Guang still didn't move, and just looked at her indifferently. Perhaps he blinked his eyes, and this Golden Flower Granny also flew backwards, ending up the same as Long Dingtian. I said it before, all of you have to die. Chen Guang's back was still facing Ouyang Tianxing, but his voice seemed to be speaking to everyone present. As he finished speaking, an indescribably terrifying inner force erupted from his body. Ouyang Tianxing's pupils contracted. He could clearly see a formless force emerging from Chen Guang's body. He seemed to have turned into a whirlpool that sucked all the air in the area dry. In a trance, Ouyang Tianxing felt that the Chen Guang in his eyes was no longer the useless chief of Guangdong General Bureau that he could manipulate. He was no longer a person, but a world of his own. Towering, majestic, and boundlessly powerful. It made people feel as if they were as insignificant as ants. What exactly happened? This thought didn't only exist in Ouyang Tianxing's heart. Even Wenwen, who understood Chen Guang the most, was at a loss. Xian Qin and Wu Miaowan were also at a loss. Taoist Song Song and Panda, who stayed behind to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the Guangdong General Bureau, were also in disbelief. As for poison sex demon sovereign Jiao, dark sex evil monarch Yu, and six-sword sex Zhuge Ling, these evil sex martial artists felt a chill from the depths of their souls. What Chen Guang released wasn't killing intent, but it was more than killing intent. He was clearly a goshawk flying in the clouds, looking down at the countless tiny prey on the ground. Finally, Chen Guang slowly raised his right hand. His newly grown right hand clenched into a fist. The tip of his fist was dull, but it seemed to emit an invisible light. A muffled buzzing sound that sounded like muffled thunder seemed to resound in every corner of the world. The morning sky in the mountains of Ninghai province gradually became dim and gloomy as he raised his right hand higher and higher. But this was not what Ouyang Tianxing feared the most. He realized that the power of the simplified endless reincarnation wheel formation that he had secretly set up near the mountain was being sucked dry by Chen Guang. What happened just now? Why did he seem like a completely different person after laughing like a lunatic for no reason? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength all along? Was this his true strength? He's been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, waiting for the day I walk into his trap? Once this thought arose in Ouyang Tianxing's mind, it became more and more intense and couldn't be erased. It even caused him to feel a chill in his bones. This fellow's acting was too good and too realistic. He had been careful enough, and had even asked Long Dingtian to test his strength more than once. He only revealed his true self after confirming that there was no problem. But he had actually been hiding until now. How forbearing, how despicable, how black-bellied. No wonder he was able to force the world-shattering Saint Clan into a corner in his previous life. As expected, none of the experts that stood at the pinnacle of the world were easy to deal with. The terrifying Grand Sorcerer Right Chen. Everyone attack. Kill him. Without any other choice, Ouyang Tianxing finally couldn't hold back anymore. After a loud shout, he took the lead and soared into the sky, pouncing towards Chen Guang. On the other side, Demon Sovereign Jiao, Evil Monarch Yu, Zhuge Ling, Ghost Shadow, Jiao He, and the other evil faction experts charged forward together. The evil faction martial artists that were hiding in the mountains also opened fire at Chen Guang. Wenwen, Taoist Song Song, and the others wanted to go forward to help, but they were all injured, and their movements were already half a beat slower. Fist Tyrant Pan De couldn't even protect himself as he collapsed on the ground. Wu Miaowan didn't even have time to apply medicine on him. In an instant, Chen Guang was surrounded, but his expression didn't change. He still raised his right hand and shouted, "Come on! All of you die!" He didn't want to admit that even though he had been in a mental seal state for over 100,000 years in the world in the cup, he had experienced too much. Now that he had come out, those memories still hadn't dissipated. Furthermore, without the mental seal, he was momentarily too immersed in the true martial Saint Emperor's state of mind and couldn't extricate himself. You ants actually dared to challenge the dignity of the only martial saint in the world? He suddenly opened his right fist. In an instant, countless soil and rocks on the mountain peak were affected by his martial power and floated in the sky, defying gravity. The already gloomy sky was suddenly filled with thunder. The raindrop-like bullets that flew towards him from the mountain walls seemed to have plunged into an invisible quagmire and couldn't move an inch forward. In the world in the cup, when the Saint Emperor was enraged, corpses would float for thousands of miles. Even in this real world, there was still no one who could resist his Qi Jin. He didn't even need to make a move. Those who were slightly weaker would feel their inner strength go out of control just by being enveloped by his aura. Their dantian would explode, their meridians would shatter, and they would fall to the ground with blood spewing out of their mouths. The evil sect martial artists who were at the peak of skin strength were slightly better off, but they were also exhausted. They fell from the sky and fell to the ground. It was as if they were possessed by the devil and suffered from the backlash of their martial power. They kept spitting out blood. Ouyang Tianxing was only one realm lower than Chen Guang, and he had the supernatural ability of the world-shattering holy tribe. He managed to turn his body into sand in time and greatly reduced the impact of Chen Guang's inner strength. However, he didn't feel good either. Chen Guang stopped and turned around. He still had his hands behind his back as he looked at Ouyang Tianxing. I didn't want to use my full strength. Otherwise, I would have killed myself. He wasn't joking. The martial sage realm communicated with heaven and earth, and the inner strength in their bodies formed a system. Their meridians were unobstructed, and endless inner strength flowed through them. Every inch of their skin, and even every strand of their hair, could be turned into a divine weapon. When they breathed, they could cause the yin and yang qi of heaven and earth to vibrate. They were almost one with nature. Chen Guang's physical body was perfect, but it was still the result of training in the Skyline Cup's middle realm. It was far from the inner strength technique he had learned in the Clear Sky Cup's middle realm. Even he couldn't withstand it. In short, it meant that he was too strong now, and when he was angry, he couldn't even defeat himself. Ouyang Tianxing saw that his subordinates were either dead or injured in an instant. Then he looked at Chen Guang's almost invincible aura. His heart turned completely cold. He couldn't fight him head-on. He had to escape. Take my finger-snapping grenade. Ouyang Tianxing pretended to attack, but he was secretly gathering his qi. With a flick of his finger, a gust of qi flew straight at Chen Guang. At the same time, Chen Guang stepped into the air, and with a series of banging sounds, he began to fly backwards. Chen Guang, however, raised his hand and opened his palm. When the finger-snapping thunder energy hit his palm, it was like a mosquito bite without any sensation. Trying to run. The 3636th move of the true martial divine art, melancholic astral absorption palm. Chen Guang felt that his naming cancer had been cured. The random moves he came up with sounded King domineering. In truth, he did not even know what this move was called. In any case, it was just one of the 400,000 martial emperor's unique skills that he had learned back then. It was a move that focused on suction. Ouyang Tianxing, who was fleeing in midair, paused and flew backward. However, Chen Guang quickly withdrew his hand. The reason was that Xian Qin, who was standing next to him, also put her face on his belly. You sucked me too. Miscalculation. Chen Guang let go of Xian Qin and helped her stand up again. In the next instant, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was less than a meter behind Ouyang Tianxing. He opened his right hand and turned it into a Buddha's palm. He grabbed the mastermind behind the scenes who had been so arrogant a minute ago. No. Ouyang Tianxing screamed in pain, but it was useless. Chen Guang grabbed the back of his neck, and he could not break free. He used the melancholic astral absorption palm again. However, what was fatal was not the inner force. It was Chen Guang's Earth Exploder's racial talent. Ouyang Tianxing wanted to turn into sand and escape. However, the Earth Exploder's racial talent was mixed with his inner force, so he could not use it. Come on, why don't you try acting tough again? Chen Guang grabbed him and landed on the ground. His pupil shrank again. His racial talent and astral absorption palm took effect at the same time. Die! With a loud explosion, Ouyang Tianxing exploded. There was no blood or flesh, only yellow sand. Still trying to escape, Chen Guang finally took out his left hand. He put his palms together in front of him. His palms were 5 inches apart. Inner force surged out from his palms, and the two inner forces intertwined. An even stronger suction force surged out from his palms. It locked the yellow sand in the air and pulled it towards Chen Guang's palm. Ouyang Tianxing's desperate scream came from the sand. Well, what skill is this? Chen Guang scoffed. It is your honor to die under my true martial divine art's 9th skill, Spiral Pill. Xian Qin, Wu Miaowan, and Wenwen were speechless. Where the hell did you learn this unorthodox way of doing things? Ouyang Tianxing's scream gradually stopped. Not a single grain of sand escaped. In the end, he was pressed into a fist-sized rock in Chen Guang's palm. Others might not know what was going on, but Chen Guang knew what was going on. This pitiful world-shattering holy tribe's last holy lord had become his nourishment. The orange-yellow rock that represented his corpse no longer had any signs of life, or the esper ability of the world-shattering holy tribe. It had all been sucked dry. No. Mr. Ng. Behind Chen Guang, Demon Sovereign Jiao and the others who were still alive screamed in pain. Stop screaming. You're next. Chen Guang used his left hand to suck Demon Sovereign Jiu over. Hand over the antidote for Wenwen's father, and I'll give you a quick death. Dream on. Demon Sovereign Jiu opened his mouth and wanted to bite Chen Guang. Mr. Ng was dead. Without the antidote, Demon Sovereign Jiu would naturally die as well. There should be someone who knows what's good for him, right? Chen Guang impatiently shook his hand and shattered this person again. He looked back and saw that the others were also committing suicide. In an instant, Shadow Alliance was completely destroyed. All of this took a long time to describe. From the time he ate dirt to the time he failed to act cool. It had only been less than 2 minutes. But the situation had been completely reversed. Chen Guang looked at the corpses on the ground unhappily. These people deserved to die. But he still hadn't gotten the antidote for Wenwen's father. This was bad. Just now, he lost control of his emotions and didn't stop. What should he do? Just as he was thinking about this, a weak voice came from afar. Don't kill me. I should be able to find the antidote. Chen Guang stared at the voice. Yo, isn't this Jiuhe's nephew Jiuli? You're pretty good at being a famous uploader on Bilibili. Jiuli trembled as he stood up. Actually, I was forced to do this. I've never killed anyone before. I just like to deal with these things. Really? I can't die. I still have many fans on Bilibili waiting for me to update my videos. I can't stop. Chen Guang felt that what he said made sense. Chapter 9:15. Chen Guang got Xian Qin and Wu Miaowan to bring the people from Guangding headquarters to rest. Many people were injured by Ouyang Tianqing's attack. Other than the unlucky old man who died on the spot, many others were injured. Fortunately, they had the battlefield doctor, Wu Miaowan. Although her medicine box wasn't big, it was filled with all the necessary items. Xue Lin and her troops had retreated not far away. Once the order was given, Xue Lin immediately brought her people back. As for the martial artists who had retreated, Chen Guang gave Xian Qin full authority to deal with them. Those who were certain that they were going to die, and that staying behind would only be sending themselves to their deaths. The ones who escaped the fastest and shouted the loudest didn't need to come back. Since they had become wolves that couldn't be tamed, they couldn't blame others for settling the score later. As for people like Taoist Song Song and Fist Tyrant Panda, the top experts in their sects stayed behind, and the elders who left to ensure that their disciples would continue, they were welcome to return. Of course, it didn't take a genius to know that once those inner strength martial artists who escaped heard that not only did Chen Guang not die, but he even counterattacked, they would definitely piss their pants and run back to beg for the bureau chief's forgiveness. The bureau chief didn't care whether he forgave them or not. Anyway, he didn't expect much from them from the start. From the start, he was just waiting for Liuli to show off and bring him flying. However, the 2 deputy bureau chiefs who had lost their master would definitely have a huge knot in their hearts. It wouldn't be easy to get over it. At this moment, the bureau chief and Wenwen held Jiuli, who had betrayed them and turned into a guide, and headed towards the underground base of Shadow Alliance in the mountains. Kid, hurry up. Wenwen was very anxious at the moment. That's right. Don't think that I'll let you off easily just because you haven't killed anyone. Don't think that you can pretend that nothing happened just because you're a professional uploader. You've ruined my reputation. The bureau chief was even more anxious now. Fortunately, Jiuli did not disappoint him and Wenwen. Without much effort, they finally found the antidote in the underground warehouse. This brat was clearly a smart one. With his identity, he should not have the right to know the password to this storeroom. But he actually raised his hand and entered the password. Also, he heard that almost all the Shadow Alliance warriors had been drugged by Ouyang Tianqing, but he did not seem worried at all. He was definitely not one of the unlucky ones. To be on the safe side, the 2 of them even let Jiuli try one on the spot to confirm that there was no problem. However, Chen Guang wasn't in a good mood at the moment, because he saw something he didn't want to see in the warehouse. The items on the shelves were human skin masks. These masks looked exactly the same as the old men in Yanjing. Ouyang Tianqing was not lying. Although he did not know what other tricks he had up his sleeves, he was really planning to take drastic measures to replace the crown prince with a civet cat, just by looking at these masks that could pass off as the real thing. If it weren't for Chen Guang's sudden appearance, he would have succeeded. How are these things made? When Chen Guang took a sniff, it was filled with the smell of medicine from the morgue. Jiuli wanted to say something but stopped. Do you really think I won't kill you? Chen Guang raised his eyebrows. Jiuli said helplessly, I don't know the exact process, but from what I know, to make a standard mask, at least a few hundred lives have to be sacrificed. Every mask has to be made from a living person, slowly adjusting the person's appearance so that they look like the person in the photo. When the time is right, they are killed and the mask is removed. But in the process, there are many failures and few successes. As for those failed test subjects, I don't approve of it. However, they did say that they were test subjects. In the end, they were all killed. Making a rough count, Chen Guang estimated that there were over 100 masks here. That means that tens of thousands of innocent people have lost their lives because of this? Can't they use synthetic ones? Do they have to make it so bloody? Jiuli thought about it. No. I heard that they tried before, but the effect of synthetic ones isn't very good, and it's easy to leak the information. With Mr. Ying's personality, he would definitely choose a more convenient method. The real data will be more than this, not less. After all, during the process of kidnapping people, there will be some resistance, right? As Chen Guang sucked in a cold breath, he exclaimed, Fuck! I let Ouyang Tianqing die too easily. If I knew this, I would have captured him and cut off his fingernail-sized flesh every day. I would have cut him to death slowly for a few years. Alright, what did you do? Since when did your taste become so heavy? If he's dead, then he's dead. Anyway, this won't happen again. Wenwen poked his shoulder. She didn't feel good about it, but since the culprit had been executed, there was no point in pursuing the matter. Chen Guang patted the back of Wenwen's hand impatiently. Please be more respectful when you speak to His Majesty the Holy Emperor. Yo, is your tail growing? His Majesty the Holy Emperor? His Majesty, I'll give you a kidney. Kidney or not? How about a kidney? His Majesty the Holy Emperor walked out of the underground base with Sect Master 1. The Shadow Alliance members who were still alive were squatting on the ground with their hands over their heads. There were also a few Pai-Jin experts patrolling the area, who had been bandaged by Wu Miaowan, but could still move. On the other side, Panda, the boxing tyrant, was lying on the ground with a few seriously injured people, crying out in pain. His luck was pretty good, and his martial arts were profound enough to protect his heart meridian at the critical moment. Although the injury on his chest looked terrifying, he had barely escaped with his life this time. Chief, Xuelin said that they'll be here for a while. Xianqin braced herself and continued to do her job as the deputy chief. Chen Guang's heart ached when he saw her like this. He patted her shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. It's alright, I can still hold on. She was strong in front of others. But now that this was over, she couldn't help but feel sad every time she thought of her master's tragic death. Chen Guang quietly pulled her to the side. I have something to tell you. Call little Miao Miao over too. 2 minutes later, Xianqin and Wu Miaowan stared at him with their mouths agape. They almost thought they heard wrong. Can you say that again? Our master isn't dead. Xianqin tried her best to suppress her overly excited emotions and said in a low voice. Wu Miaowan squeezed Chen Guang's shoulder tightly, afraid that he was just teasing them. Although I hope you're telling the truth. But how is that possible? With a mysterious smile, Chen Guang asked. Have you guys forgotten? I'm the omnipotent Grand Magister, right, Chen? But aren't you an Earth Grand Magister? Don't tell me you're a dual cultivator of necromancy. But that's not very good, right? Wu Miaowan said hesitantly. She was in a dilemma. She hoped that her guess was true, but she also felt that it wasn't very appropriate. Chen Guang patted her head. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm such a decent person, how could I possibly learn necromancy? You've read too many web novels. Wake up. Xian and Wu Miaowan didn't know how to ridicule him from which angle. A person who talks about Rasengan has the cheek to say that we've read too many web novels? In short, I can't explain it to you more clearly now, but you have to believe me. I've never lied to you. I've already saved Senior Xian and Senior Wu's lives, but I can't say for sure whether you'll meet them again in the future. At this moment, it's impossible for Chen Guang to prove anything to the two of them. Hence, he could only make use of their absolute trust in him to dispel the sorrow in their hearts. Xian was skeptical. You're really not talking nonsense? Wu Miaowan also asked. You're really not teasing us? Chen Guang nodded heavily. I swear on my two real names, Chen Guang and Right Chen. If I'm lying to you, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Don't make such a deadly oath. We'll believe you, okay? Xian hurriedly covered his mouth and secretly glanced at the slightly anxious Wen in the distance. She secretly felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, as he said he really cares about me. Alright, that's it then, huh? When Shui Lin comes later, I'll ask her to cooperate with you to deal with the aftermath. I think there's still a lot of people in this underground base. These people have to be captured and interrogated one by one. Don't let any of them go. Especially that one called Jiu Li. Chen Guang pointed at Jiu Li, who was squatting down with the others, and specially reminded her. His voice was a little loud, and Jiu Li heard it. She raised her head with a pale face. I'm really wronged. Chen Guang didn't know how wrong Jiu Li was, nor did he want to know. He didn't even wait for Shui Lin and the others to arrive, but turned around and left with Wen. I'll go back alone. Why are you following me? Wen asked Chen Guang, who was running side by side with her. Chen Guang's face was calm. I'm worried about you. Besides, don't you want to say something? Now that he was free, he had gone through untold hardships to make a comeback. Now that he had such an amazing martial power, if he didn't show it off in front of her, how could he be worthy of the hundreds of thousands of years he had spent in the true martial land? Don't you look down on me? Don't you think you can handle everything by yourself? Don't you think you'll harm me if you bring me along? Don't you think I'm a burden? Wen looked back at him and took a deep breath. After a long time she said, Thank you. She really didn't want to admit that it was really difficult for her to say those words to Chen Guang. Chen Guang suddenly felt comfortable. At least you have a conscience. My hard work wasn't in vain. Hard work? What hard work? If you had this ability, you should have shown it earlier. Sect leader Xian and sect leader Wu died so tragically, but you? What the hell are you thinking? Unexpectedly, Wen suddenly exploded. She had been holding it in. She didn't want to fight for Xian and Wu Miaowan. She didn't want to blame Chen Guang for other people's matters, even if she always felt that he was wrong. But according to Wen's previous principles, even if she knew he was wrong, she would support him unconditionally. However, it was different this time. Lives were lost, and it was the lives of two people who were like masters and mothers to the woman he cared about very much. If Chen Guang didn't court death himself, Wen would think that he might still be forcing himself to smile. In that case, she would let him off the hook for now. When everyone's emotions had completely stabilized in the future, she would step forward to uphold justice for Xian and Wu Miaowan. Previously, she had found a random excuse to ruthlessly knock this fellow's head. Actually, it was because Wen was angry in her heart. In the end, not only did this guy not show any signs of repentance, he even had the cheek to come to her and ask for credit. She couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Guang didn't expect that not only would he not be able to show off, he would also explode. How could he explain to Wen that he really wasn't hiding his strength before, but that he was really that weak and only became strong at the last moment? But that didn't make sense at all. What if I told you the truth, that I really didn't hide my strength, and that I paid a huge price to stimulate my life's potential, and that was how I managed to obtain invincible strength in that helpless moment? Would you believe me? Chen Guang took a deep breath. He couldn't let this injustice go to waste. Otherwise, he would feel too vexed. He decided to tell a white lie, so that his seemingly invincible strength in the land of true martial wouldn't be in vain, for hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 916. Wenwen's face froze. What's wrong with you? If it was in the past, when her realm was higher than Chen Guang's, she could clearly see what was going on in Chen Guang's body. But now, Chen Guang's cultivation was so deep that it was beyond her imagination and understanding. Even though she was at the literature grandmaster realm, she still felt that he was unfathomable. According to the records in the ancient books, Chen Guang had obviously surpassed her literature grandmaster realm and reached a level that no one could imagine. Chen Guang took another 2 steps forward. It's nothing much. I can only tell you one thing. The legends about breaking through the void and turning into a human are all lies. There are no martial artists in this world who can break through the void. Even the strongest martial artists cannot break through the void. Wenwen did not know why he suddenly said this, and her face was filled with confusion. How do you know? Chen Guang smiled miserably. Because I have already touched the limits of martial artists in this world. 20,000 years ago, and 20,000 years later, it is impossible to find a martial artist who is stronger than me. I used the painting that you gave me to enter the Tao, but now I am cultivating the true martial divine skill that I created myself. As for my current realm, I am unable to describe it, but it is definitely above your Wenzhong realm. I have named it the Martial Sage Realm. This is also the last realm that humans can reach by cultivating their inner strength. No one will be stronger than me. Wenwen gasped. She really didn't know how to describe the feeling in her heart. As the strongest martial artist in the world, she couldn't imagine what kind of price a person had to pay in order to instantly leap from the beginner level of muscle strength to the strongest in history, which no one had ever done before or since. But she could clearly see from Chen Guang's face that he was definitely not joking. The strength that he had displayed when he had killed Ouyang Tianxing and the others also proved that he was not bragging. Wenwen thought for a long time and asked, "What did you do?" Chen Guang sighed. "Don't ask me anymore. I cannot tell you, but time will prove everything." Wenwen could tell from his tone that there was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. She hurriedly said, "No, you cannot die." Chen Guang continued, "I don't want to die either, but in this big world, who can avoid death? Who can be eternal? This is my choice, and I'm willing to pay the price. I can't just watch you die at Ouyang Tianxing's hands, can I? Don't force me anymore. Let's go and feed the antidote to your father first." Chen Guang suddenly lifted his foot and walked forward. Under the burst of his power, his speed became extremely fast. Wenwen actually couldn't catch up with him for a moment. The two of them ran for a long time before Chen Guang slowly came to a stop. His hands were behind his back, and his face was bleak. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Wenwen caught up with them. She had to spend a lot of effort to calm herself down along the way. Chen Guang smiled faintly. "What's the point of saying that? Nothing can be changed. You know me. I actually didn't want you to worry. I didn't want to tell you these things at first. I'm also very sad about the deaths of sect leader Xing and sect leader Wu. But since you've misunderstood me, I don't want you to think that I'm a cold-blooded and heartless person." Sigh. Wenwen didn't know what to say. She also knew that there would be no result if she continued to force him. She could only quietly approach him and hold his arm. "It's been hard on you." "It's not hard. It's all worth it. Anyway, I've said it before. We're the Condor heroes. It's a pity that my arm has grown out. Otherwise, we'd look even more like the Condor heroes." Chen Guang said as he put his arm around Wenwen's waist. He had finally managed to fool her. In any case, he had to first create an illusion for her, so that she could imagine the price she had to pay in order to obtain such great power. "The Condor heroes are not bad, but can you not touch my butt so eagerly? I'm a little not mentally prepared. Sorry, I accidentally put it crooked." Chen Guang looked serious, but he had already begun to laugh at himself in his heart. It was really not intentional. His hand didn't listen to him at all. On second thought, any normal pure man who hadn't touched a woman for more than 100,000 years would not be able to control himself when there was such a beautiful woman beside him who could earn his overnight fee. Why do you think I have to follow you home? My whole body doesn't listen to me now. I'm completely dominated by the hot blood in my heart. If it weren't for the fact that it was important to detoxify Wenwen's father, Chen Guang really didn't have the face to do it before detoxifying her father. Now, he might not be able to control his power, and would punish her on the spot. In fact, looking for Xianqin was also a good choice. However, Chen Guang thought that the little lowly's power was low after all, and it was impossible for her to withstand his whipping. On the other hand, although Abbess Xianyuan was not really dead, outsiders didn't think so. Not to mention that it was futile to guard the coffin for 3 years, but it was not appropriate to do something shameful with her now. Therefore, he didn't think much in his mind at all. He was dominated by his instinct to come to Wenwen's side. I used to be upright, but no matter how upright a person is, he is still a human. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Who can understand how fierce the flames burning in my heart are? As for the aftermath of the Shadow Alliance base, I'm sorry, I'm used to being a hands-off boss. Now that the biggest knot in my heart has been solved, I'm already very responsible for not resigning on the spot, okay? In short, I still have to resign from the position of the director of the Guangding General Headquarters. Although the little tricks that the old men used on the intelligence about Wenwen did not have much impact on the result of the matter, it still made people unhappy. For the sake of Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua, and for the sake that it did not cause too much bad consequences, Chen Guang did not intend to fall out with the old men on the spot, but he planned to quit. Sorry, the old man will not play this game of deception with you young people who are too cunning. It is too tiring, too boring, and too tiring. He was really right this time. With his current life experience, there was nothing wrong with treating the old men in Yinjing as young people. Actually, what happened in Ninghai province did cause a great shock in Yinjing at this time. Before that, everyone only regarded Chen Guang as a mouthpiece to communicate with the master of the Wen family, the #1 expert in the world. This idea had always been right, and he had completed his mission very well, until he became a hostage because of his own recklessness. Before, the old men in Yinjing were even hesitating whether to give up on him. But in the end, because of the insistence of Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua, and also because they had to consider the attitude of the master of the Wen family, the old men decided to compromise and save Chen Guang's life as the first priority. Of course, this matter was just a thought after all, and it seemed that they could do nothing but pray for him. But suddenly, the master of the Wen family, the #1 expert in the world, was almost defeated. No, he was really defeated. But he, Chen Guang, suddenly stood up at the critical moment and saved the crisis. This person, who was once a messenger, had instantly uprooted the entire Shadow Alliance's evil faction with an unstoppable force. In the face of his absolute crushing strength, those extremely tyrannical and headache-inducing internal strength martial artists did not have the slightest power to resist at all. How powerful was he? This was beyond understanding, and it made people's hair stand on end at the thought of it. What happened to the mouthpiece? After all this time, the real big boss was not the master of the Wen family, nor was it Ouyang Tianqing, Mr. Ing. In the end, it was you. Even Wu Shan, who already knew that he had 800 kilograms of fist force, was shocked. Although he was good at fighting in the past, he was still within the scope of an ordinary person. However, the strength he displayed now was not only beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, but even other inner force martial artists were no match for him. Master Wen was already strong enough, and even the most advanced individual weapons might not be able to deal with him. Now that he was a bit stronger than the master of the Wen family, what was his level? It was unimaginable, beyond understanding. Perhaps even the peerless masters described by those martial arts novels full of illusions might not be able to match up to him. Regarding the thoughts of the elders, Chen Guang personally expressed that he did not care at all. He and Wenwen rushed for half a day and found the car she had hidden by the roadside. The god of racing personally went out, and they sped along the mountain path, then onto the main road. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at a civilian airport and directly boarded a helicopter. After half a day, they arrived at Wujing Sanatorium, and together with Wenwen, they fed the antidote to her father's mouth. Seeing that Wenwen's father's complexion was gradually improving, the two of them let out a long sigh of relief and could finally be at ease. When Zhengtian's poison had just healed, and the poison had almost entered his vitals, it would probably take a long time for him to fully recover. Furthermore, he had lost all his power, and it was unlikely that he would be able to recover to the tyrannical old master of the Wen family. He would probably only be able to live like a normal old man. When Zhengtian woke up, he held on to Wenwen's hand and asked her many questions. When he found out that while he was unconscious, second uncle had died at the hands of third uncle, tears streamed down his face. He also found out that Wenwen had become a master of the Thought Grandmaster realm, and this comforted him greatly. When he heard that it was that good friend of Wenwen, Chen Guang, whom he had always looked down on, who had defeated all the heroes at the critical moment and suppressed the evil mastermind who had harmed two of the three great families, he was even more shocked. In the past, I did not approve of you befriending an ordinary person like Chen Guang, but now it seems that I was wrong. I was too narrow-minded. It is fate that you two know each other, and you should cherish it in the future. When Zhengtian patted Wenwen's hand, and then waved his hand. I'm a little sleepy. You youngsters don't have to accompany me. Bring Chen Guang around, and there will be people here to look after me. Wenwen wanted to say something, but her father had already turned his face away. She didn't know if he was really asleep, or just pretending to be asleep. Chen Guang pulled on her sleeve, and Wenwen had no choice but to follow him out. Did you hear what your father said? From now on you are mine. Remember, a woman's 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Be a little more respectful to your husband. Chen Guang thought to himself proudly. He had not thought that he would receive the appreciation of Wenwen's father so easily. This father-in-law really had good foresight, and was very open-minded. Wenwen stepped on his foot. Oh, you really want to marry me? Aren't you afraid that I'll upset the vinegar jar? Do you think that no one knows about those bewitching things of yours? Chen Guang was stunned, and his entire person was a bit like a Spartan. Come on, look at how nervous you are. Do you think I don't know your temperament of eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? If I really wanted to care about you, I would have done it a long time ago. Today is not the first day you know me. No matter what others think, I, your brother, don't care so much. Chen Guang was overjoyed. This was indeed his good gay friend. What kind of beauty was the best one? Just like Wenwen. So, what should we do now? I haven't earned a knight's fee for a long time. I'm so anxious. Go away. I'm not in the mood right now. Then what should I do to be in the mood? You'll be in the mood if you can't see me. I say, what the hell is going on in your mind? Why don't you hurry up and think of a way at this time? How long do you have to live? As far as I know, even if it's just an evil skill that can advance one level of power, it will at least shorten one's life by 10 years. Now that you have entered the invincible realm from the beginning of muscle strength, you can't only live for a few days, can you? That's right. Since her father's business was settled, Wenwen began to worry about Chen Guang's safety again. Chen Guang didn't know how to explain it to her. I can't answer you even if you ask me. It may be a few days or a few years. In fact, the method I used is quite special. You can think of it as a deal between me and the devil. Wenwen's heart tightened. She pinched his wrist and didn't know what to say. So life is short, and we should enjoy ourselves. You can't let me go to heaven with regrets, can you? When the truth was revealed, Chen Guang didn't have the time to consider how badly he would be beaten up. At this moment, Lone Dragon, who had lived for over 100,000 years, was feeling thirsty. Now that he no longer had any worries in his heart, he couldn't stay still for a second longer. Okay. Wenwen had never shown such a bashful look in her entire life. Even the last 2 times she really had sex with him, She had never shown such a shy look. Half an hour later, Chen Guang only wore a pair of underwear, a satchel on his waist, and wrapped Wenwen in a quilt. He jumped out of a pile of debris. Wenwen blushed and screamed, "I told you not to do it here." Chen Guang said, "Can you blame me? I deliberately asked for a villa in this sanatorium. I didn't expect this shabby house to be so weak. Are you trying to embarrass me to death?" "No, absolutely not. This is an accident." The medical staff in the sanatorium looked at the completely collapsed villa from afar and sighed. "This is terrible. What were they doing in that room? Were they practicing?" "I think so. Anyway, people who practice martial arts have some quirks. It's just a pity that a good house was wasted." So these people who practice martial arts should be disciplined. It's really terrible collapsing a house at the drop of a hat. Isn't Chief Chen in charge of this himself? Stop gossiping about him behind his back. Chief Chen is famous for being narrow-minded. If he hears about this, he'll make things difficult for you in the future. You're the one who is talking behind his back. I didn't say anything. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.